Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Dear participants, dear PhD scholar, research scholar, professors, scientists, and the principal of Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik Arts and Science College, Chikhali, Satara, Maharashtra, Sangli. Today, we first welcome to in our today's one-day international conference, which is scheduled and organized by Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik Arts and Science College, Chikhali, Shirala, District Sangli, Maharashtra, India. We welcome all the participants, researchers, and the teachers of different colleges and different universities. Today's one-day online international multidisciplinary conference on the research methodology in pure science and applied science, law, management, sports science, home science, and of higher education system in India. This conference is aimed to do the higher education India stronger through organizing such a big international activity for all pillars of higher education system. That means the professors, scientists, and PhD research scholars and industrialists, etc. I would like to announce that today's one-day international conference have got the huge success because of 110 plus participation have been participating in this conference due to today is going on the set examination in Maharashtra in University of Pune. Therefore, it is being little bit effect on our conference because of 50% of the people, students, scholars are appearing for that set examination. Today, total one papers is received from abroad and remaining 109 paper have been received from Indian universities, colleges in the corner of all Indian university and colleges. This conference is successful because of love and enthusiasm for doing the betterment in research methodology in higher education system in India. I would like to thanks to college principal us to given us the tender, made this conference agreement with us for conducting such a wonderful international event. Sri Wagmare Brothers Private Event Management Company is always helps in betterment and trying to a stronger to higher education system in India and abroad through organizing such a international level events management. Our company main motto is to give the support to organization and international events and making the scholarly publication, scholarly content through the peer review and booking chapter publication, the journal marketing and event management through Z Media, Star Pravaha, ABP Maza channels, Lokmat, Lok Satta, Times of India, and local newspaper. We are using that, and they are our collaboration with for the marketing purpose. This conference is very successful for Indian professor and PhD scholar for academic Career Announcement Scheme API as well as for stipulated UGC norms for the PhD scholar. Again, thanks everyone for sending your articles and participating in this today's international conference organized by the Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik Arts and Science College on dated 26 March 2023. I would like to request all participants for stand up for the country because of we are the Indian, therefore we have to start first our national anthem. I would like to thanks and please stand up for national anthem, please. Thank you. Please sit down. We are the Indian. When we just listen the national anthem, that time spirit and the motivational always comes in our mind, create the positive thinking. I would like to hand over this session, respected Principal Patil sir. Dr. Sarjero Patil sir, please continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to one and all present here on this beautiful morning. I am Dr. S.R. Patil, Principal, Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik, Arts and Science College, CHIKHALI. Very much delighted to be here today to welcome you all for the inauguration ceremony of this international conference. Let me take the opportunity to extend my warmest welcome to our respected chief guest, Honorable Amar Singh Naik, President of the VISHWAS SHIKSHAN PRASARAK Mandal CHIKHALI, and Mr. B.D. Pawar, Secretary of VISHWAS SHIKSHAN PRASARAK Mandal CHIKHALI. I welcome all the eminent speakers and guests from all over the world from different walks of life who have come here to share their knowledge and vast experience in this field with us. I also take this opportunity to welcome the delegates from all over the world, participants, my colleagues, and one and all present here. This one-day online international multidisciplinary conference on research methodology in humanities, social sciences, commerce, management, arts, pure science, library science, sports, law, home science, nursing science, hospitality, Sanskrit language, literature, and engineering polytechnic in higher education system in India is organized by the IQAC of Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik Arts and Science College, CHIKHALI. It provides a very unique opportunity for all of us because of its scope. It has attracted delegates from all over the world. People with the wide-ranging knowledge on this topic have sent their research paper on these themes. In the beginning only, I will mention the outstanding cooperation extended by the Dr. Kishore Wagmore of Wagmore Brothers Private Event Management Company. This international conference is organized under the Memorandum of Understanding between our college and Wagmore Brothers. Wagmore Brothers Private Company looked after the advertisement, arrangement of the research persons, and research publications of this international conference. I extend my warm, heartfelt thanks to Wagmore Sir and Wagmore Brothers. To brief about the college, Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik Arts and Science College is situated in a hilly region of the Shirala Tehsil, which is a part and parcel of Western Ghat in Maharashtra state of India, which is rich in diversity of animals and plants. Established in 1998, the college is named after the late Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik, a great freedom fighter and a great visionary. Let Loknete Fateh Singh Rao Naik with a view of providing quality education to the rural youth. The college is accredited by the UGC through 2F and 12B with a permanent affiliation, whereas accreditation with NAC is with a B+. The college offers 16 undergraduate programs and 4 PG programs across the 3 streams, namely arts, commerce, and science. College is also a leader in the research and innovations. Focus is given to the activities beyond the academics at this college, which is evident from its excellent infrastructure, extracurricular activities, including cultural activities, indoor and outdoor sports with national and international collaborations. The placement at the Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik Arts and Science College, CHIKHALI, is varied with the recruitment options both in corporate and public sector, as well as entrepreneurship. We are also the recipient of the Best NSS Unit Award of the Government of Maharashtra twice through the National Service Scheme. This conference intended to get research contribution to the new trends in the multidisciplinary field. Today, all the industries are facing a baffling dilemma Change gets considerably every day, yet not changing can be costlier. And even while adopting the change, there will be many apprehensive and suggestions by researchers who will contribute to the study of the new life post-pandemic, or as we have been listening to, this is the new normal. We are currently going through one of the most significant historical change ever experienced in the last 100 years. COVID-19 initially came with the range to cripple the world, but we all know, we have seen how this was a big change maker. Lockdown restriction, nothing could stop the world to emerge with a last emerging impact. Change in the dominant fact of the life is in every business today. And the ability to master and exploit change has become one of the most sought of the studies. After the pandemic, tempo of the change is constantly quickening. This international conference aims to provide a platform to researchers and academicians to put their ideas and lead the way. This one-day international conference will provide opportunity to the researchers to share their experiences, ideas, and knowledge with the academic community. There will be plenty of knowledge exchange activities during this conference. We hope this online international conference would help participants expand their mental horizons and help build a system of overall sustainability to the adopt around the world. I request all the participants from across the world to make use of this conference to the best of their abilities and gain maximum benefits through these guest lectures and paper presentation. So I once again welcome you all and wish you all the best for this one-day online multidisciplinary international conference. Thank you, one and all. Have a nice day. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Nice talking, sir. Thank you for your given the information about your college, about the information of the conference. Thank you, sir. I would like to hand over this session to respected Dr. Khansole, sir, for further welcome speech. Khansole, sir, please continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning, one and all. Dear esteemed colleagues, on behalf of IQAC and the science department, I would like to extend our warm wishes to all those involved in the organization and planning of the upcoming international conference. It is a pleasure for us to express our support and appreciation for your efforts in bringing together expert researchers and scholars from around the all world to share knowledge, idea, insight on the important scientific topic. As we all know, conferences are an important platform for scientific communications and collaboration. They provide opportunity for a professional to network, exchange idea, and learn from one another. We are confident that this international conference will be an excellent platform for the knowledge sharing, and it will contribute significantly to the advancement of the science and technology. We are impressed by the quality and diversity of a topic that will discussed during this conference, and we are sure that the presentation and discussion will be of the highest standard. We have no doubt that the conference will be a great success, and it will create a stimulating environment for intellectual exchange, critical thinking, and innovation. We extend our best wishes to all the participants and organizers, and we hope that this conference will be memorable for experience for everyone involved. We believe that the conference will be a valuable contribution to the field of science and technology, arts, humanities, commerce, and management, and all other allied fields in the education, and it will generate a new idea and a knowledge that will have a positive impact on society. Finally, we would like to thank the organizer, Professor Kishore Wagmare brothers, for their hard work and dedication in making this conference a reality. We wish you all the best for successful and knowledge gaining event. Thank you all, especially principal of my college, my president and my secretary for his great contribution in the organization this international conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would like to further forward this online session to Dr. Nita Joke, Madam, HOD of English, for welcome and for the participant welcome speech. Joke,
Sir,
Madam?
I think she is not joined. Please forward.
Okay.
I am here, sir.
Yes,
Hello?
yes, yes.
Joki madam is there.
Yes, I am here, sir. A very, very happy and pleasant good morning to all of you. VISHWAS SHIKSHAN PRASARAK MANDAL'S, Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik Arts and Science College, CHIKHALI is going to organize one day online international multidisciplinary conference on research methodology in chemical science, physical science, biological environmental science, arts and humanities. The conference is being organized in collaboration with IQAC, Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik Arts and Science College, CHIKHALI. First of all, I would like to thank my sincere thanks to Honorable Dr. Wagmare Brothers for giving this golden opportunity to our institute. Again, I would like to thank Honorable Principal of our college, Dr. S.R. Patil sir, for giving this opportunity and encouraging, motivating IQAC coordinator to arrange this international multidisciplinary conference. As per National Education Policy, multidisciplinary research is the need of the time. And considering this, Honorable Wagmare Brothers had given this opportunity to our institute. Already our principal talked about the institute, then how that institute that has a grand achievements in all fields. And this is one more grand opportunity to our college, to our institute. Thank you very much, sir. And I hope that this today's one day online international multidisciplinary conference will be grand success, and participants will share their research papers. They will contribute that in this one day online conference. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you once again.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. I would like to hand over this session, respected Dr. Sanjeevani Patil, for welcome speech behalf of the Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik Arts and Commerce College, CHIKHALI, Shirala, Sangli, Maharashtra, India. Dr. Sanjeevani Patil, is this available? Dr. Sanjeevani Patil?
Yeah, she is there.
Please,
Yes,
madam,
sir.
continue.
Yes, sir.
Welcome
Yes,
speech.
ma'am. Please deliver your address.
Okay, sir. Good morning, all of you. Respected all dignitaries. I hereby welcome all of you for this one-day multidisciplinary online international conference on research methodology in various sciences, organized by Deshbhakt Anandrao Balwantrao Naik Arts and Science College, CHIKHALI. I am very much thankful to Honorable Sri Wagmare Brothers Event Management Company for organizing such kind of international conference. The trust area of this conference will give opportunity to researchers to express their views and new ideas in relation. All sciences includes experimental and computational research that aims to highlight exciting research in materials, designs, fabrication, physiochemical characterization and functional properties. Nanotechnology and nanomaterials are significantly contributing to the betterment of the human life. The new findings and their applications will be discussed in this conference, which will enrich the knowledge of young researchers. The eminent scientists, resource persons, researchers will definitely contribute by expressing their views and experiences. This conference will create knowledge hub and platform for researchers. I owe my deep sense of gratitude to Honorable Amar Singh Naik Papa, President, VISHWAS SHIKSHAN PRASARAK Mandal, CHIKHALI, for their constant support and encouragement in organizing such type of events. I also indeed thankful to Honorable Principal Dr. S.R. Patil sir for giving me the opportunity to organize such type of the international conference. I'm also thankful to IQC coordinator Dr. G.S. Khamsoe for taking all efforts regarding this conference. I also express my gratitude towards all teaching, non-teaching staff of this college and all the participants participated from all over the India. Aim of this conference leads to learning. Learning gives creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking leads to knowledge, and knowledge makes you complete. I give best luck for all the participants and Wagmare brothers for organizing such type of the event. Best luck. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Such a nice word. Thank you, madam. Now we are starting our first session, first online lecture of respected Dr. Janice Fernandez, madam. Before starting the lecture of respected Janice Fernandez, madam, I would like to read the biodata. Dr. Janice Fernandez, madam, she is working in West London University as a library scientist and the library manager since last 20 years. Madam have huge experience of library information science, dealing with scientists and knowledge management. Dr. Janice Fernandez have guided PhD scholars in India and abroad. Madam have received so many awards, so many minor, major research completed from the UGC as well as in West London University. The biodata is very huge, therefore we do not have the time. I would like to start. I would like to request Janice Fernandez, madam, please continue, ma'am. Good morning. Your voice is not. Your voice is not audible, madam. Voice is not audible, madam. Unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, it is audible now. Yeah.
Okay, I think it was a problem with my headphones. I'm trying to connect the headphones, but that's fine. No worries. Thank you very much for the opportunity to Wagmare brothers and personally to you, Kishore. It's a wonderful opportunity to share the knowledge that we have. And thank you for the warm welcome. And I have been listening to all the speeches this morning, and it gives me great joy to be a participant of such an esteemed conference and to be a participant to this warm and rich culture that exists. Without much ado, I'm going to begin by sharing my presentation. So if you can...
Today there is very less candidate participants available because of in Maharashtra, India having appearing the SET examination, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I was looking at the number of participants, and no, but that's fine, because those who are in, they benefit. And obviously knowledge is actually like a stone in the pond, and the ripples go far and wide. So I'm sure those who have the opportunity to be at this conference will be able to share the knowledge that they have gained across other people. So
thank you. I have been open the participant share time.
Yes.
Can you please upload your PPT?
Yes, I will. Yes. Can you see my presentation?
No. First, you open your PPT.
Yeah, it is.
Click on share button. your PPT will be visualized on that text. Then you
Yeah.
have to click.
Can you see it now?
No.
Oh, that's strange because it is open. I have opened the presentation, so.
The technique for uploading, click, open your PPT, then
Yes, it
click
is
on
open.
share screen. Then in that desktop, you will see your PPT. Then double click on that. Automatically, it will be uploaded.
Oh, why does it not happen then? Okay. Okay, so I'm now doing a share screen. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
better.
it is share.
Okay.
It is share.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Please continue, madam.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, so the topic of my presentation today is scholarly concerns in academic research. And along with it, I'm going to try and put in a little bit of research, a little bit of how to do a good presentation, a little bit of literature review, a little bit of research methodology, a little bit of referencing. And I hope that we're going to sort of put all this together and it is going to benefit research scholars. So let's begin at the very beginning, the very definition of research. That means re plus search, and the word itself means you search again. When I guide PhD scholars, there are a number of students who tell me, it's already there, so what more am I going to do about it? That's the reason why the slide is in, because when you say re plus search, it means to search again. So search in a new light, search with a new idea, go off on a tangent and search the same topic, but try and find something new in the same topic. Often I have students saying that, that all the research that could be done in this topic is done. And I say, no, there is a lot more to be done. And I think that's where your own innovative ideas come in. And in the further slides, I'm going to put a few examples of the same topic, but how you could look at that differently. I always like to quote Stephen Hawking when we talk about research, because he says that no one undertakes research in physics with the intention of winning a prize. It is the joy of discovering something no one knew before. I want you all to hold on to this word, joy, because if there is no joy in research, then it just becomes a routine. It just becomes drudgery. It just becomes a box that you need to tick saying, oh, I finished my MPhil or I finished my PhD. It shouldn't be that. There should be something which will propel you on to further research, propel you on to a scientific mindset. And that's why I think you need to hold on to the joy of research. The very elementary research cycle, and I'm sure that all of you participants are at various stages in this research cycle. You probably have identified the research problem, or you're probably putting it together depending on what stage of the research you are in. But this is the sort of sequence that you go about. So once you identify your research problem, you review the literature. But remember that you review literature right up to the point where you write the conclusion to your thesis. So you are constantly reading and finding out what's new. In my own personal experience of my doctorate, I found that when I began my PhD and at the point where I finished it 3 years later, so much more literature was produced in my topic. It made me rethink various concepts. So I think you need to constantly review, set up some sort of alerts, maybe in Google Scholar. That's the easiest. You could set up alerts in Google Scholar, or you could set up alerts in various other databases that you use, maybe ProQuest, maybe Scopus, maybe Web of Science. But if you set up these alerts, then you will constantly be fed in information about new papers being published in your narrow area of research. So that's a tip for you. You formulate a hypothesis. You may or may not use a hypothesis. Depends on the scope of your research and depends on your topic of your research. You need to collect data. Generally, we talk about data like, say, surveys. However, in the Western world, and I speak Western world just from my point of view of being a librarian in London, look at other options of data collection. Have you considered interviews? Have you considered recordings, say video recordings of processes, say the circulation desk maybe? What's the process? What's the time lag of when a student walks into your library to the point where the student takes the book and walks out? How much time does it take? Do you want to better that process? Do you want to make it easier for the student to find the information they need? I think some of this works with other ways of data collection as well. And I would like you to consider these options. Data analysis. I know that a lot of us use good software for data analysis, but if you use basic Excel, that works fine as well. I have used Excel myself, but I have done some learning in Excel. You know, there are options like LinkedIn Learning. Today on YouTube, there are really nice videos that teach you how to learn more about Excel. Just the fact that you can put in formulae, you can put stuff together. You know, a colleague taught me how to sort data in Excel just by the color of the cells, which, believe me, was something I did not know. So when I was struggling to sort, this was such an easy method of doing things, because if you just colored the cells, you could then sort them depending on how you wanted to. So small tips like this help you if you just push a little bit and try to maybe talk to experts, maybe send out emails, maybe just look at YouTube videos. And then finally, you will come to some sort of a conclusion based on the analysis of your data. And that's, of course, part of your research cycle. But another important aspect of research is the dissemination of the results of your research to society. Because your research is of no use if it remains in the white pages of a black book. If it stays somewhere in a dusty cupboard, then what use is that time and talent and energy and expenses for? If your research was focused towards making something easier, making something better, creating something new, then people need to know about it. You need to shout it out from the rooftops and you need to let people know. So put dissemination as one of the most important aspects of your research cycle. Let's come to a very elementary issue. Why get into research? Well, you would tick a box because you would probably think that the management of your institution now says we are looking at a post where the candidate is a doctorate, or you think all my colleagues are PhDs, so I think it's high time I got into it, or I think I've got a lot of time on my hands, so now what do I do? So let's do PhD. Try and look at your own personal reasons of why you are into research. I'm looking at standard things, and I want you to make these a part of yourself. You get into research to gain more knowledge. At the end of your research, you will be known as the expert on that narrow topic. But people will ask you, hey, you did some research on this. What do you think about this? My personal topic, PhD topic, was focused on accreditation. A lot of rules and regulations changed in the process and have changed after that. However, I still keep on top of it because people still ask me, what do you think about quality? How do you better the quality? How do you collate data about quality? So you are known in that narrow field. Disseminate the results of research to society, like I just explained before. Learn valuable skills. Give yourself a moment to sit down and think, has this research or has this whole process, and believe me, it is not very easy. It is a narrow and winding road. Research is not easy. You're probably juggling your own career. You're probably juggling your personal life, a family, lots of social obligations, lots of other maybe charity work you do. And along with all that, you are doing research. What are you learning on a personal level? Are you bettering your skills of reading, writing, analyzing, communicating? Is this strengthening your own decision-making process because you are now not biased, because you have now learned to look at both sides, to look at a problem in a scientific way? That is one of the things. I will tell you my own personal experience. Earlier, I always sort of looked at a problem in my professional career and quickly came to a decision, which I must admit sometimes might have been biased. After my research, after my doctorate, I started breaking down the problem into small elements. I started looking at both sides and I sort of built a more scientific thought process. And I think that is where the research has helped me personally. The degree, the DR before my name stays. Nobody's going to take that away from you. But research should make you a better person. Research should make you more scientific in your thought process. And it creates a base for lifelong learning. You know, at the end of your doctorate, you're exhausted, absolutely exhausted. And you think, this is it. No more now. I am not going to do any more studies. I'm just too exhausted. And then you start publishing research papers. You start collaborating with other professionals. You start attending conferences and workshops. It creates a base for lifelong learning. Very recently, in December, I got a qualification for the fellowship of the Higher Education Academy. So I'm now a fellow of the HEA. And it is a qualification that allows me to teach anywhere in the UK. As a library professional, it was not easy. It meant a lot of, it was a lot more than the doctorate, but because I had the base of how to study or how to balance work and study, it became a little bit easier for me. So I'm now going to come into the, talk about the general educational sector today. This slide is just to sort of make you think where you have come from and how you are different now. At the crossroads that you stand at, or at the threshold of something new, just turn back and see where we all began. Unfortunately, things are not as good as they would have been. And these are global decision-making processes. So it's not just in one part of the world. Unfortunately, we focus on core subjects like science, maths, and social sciences. At the University of West London, where I am based, I am a subject librarian for the London College of Performing Arts. That's drama and music. And strangely, we have equal support, equal budgets, and equal, responsibility for these sectors as much as the science or the maths. So we do have the School of Computing and Engineering, and we do have the School of Hospitality, and we do have the School of Business Studies, but we also have the School of Music and Drama. Just to give you an idea of personal importances rather than a herd mentality. A lot of careers are focused on money-making sectors. The teaching learning process, unfortunately, is not changed. So we have one teacher giving a lot of information to a large classroom, whether it is online or whether it is physical. Where have we stopped with the two-way process? We use concepts in the UK like what we call as a flipped classroom. So in a flipped classroom, the student is given something to read before the lecture. The student has to read and understand and come up with questions. And those questions are discussed in that lecture. That's what we call a flipped classroom. And it is a different way of studying. It's a different process, both for the teacher and the learner. Just sharing with you all some thoughts. Some of you in the audience might be teachers, and you might want to experiment with these sort of things and see how it goes for a bit. The curriculum might not be in keeping with modern times. Curriculums have to keep changing. I have my own experience of, especially in fields like science and technology, you know, the leaps and bounds. Even though the curriculum might not be changed, the teacher can bring into the classroom newer concepts and latest trends in technology. Student interest and aptitude, like I explained about the music and the drama, and of course, rote learning. Sadly, that is becoming a trend today, that if you don't study, you don't get a good job, but just memorize. Memorizing makes you equivalent to a computer probably. You can look and remember everything, but that is not what knowledge is all about. So some things for you to think about. I'm going to just touch on some of the current educational issues where we talk a lot about online learning. So teaching students to learn for themselves, teaching them to understand what are good websites against fake websites, teaching them to look at a YouTube video and then learn for themselves. Look at the curriculum, move the focus from core subjects to other subjects. Do we also take into consideration disabilities of all kinds? At the University of West London, a large number of my students are older students. You might not have that trend in India, but out here, people study a bit, then work for a few years, then then go back into education. So a lot of my master's students are on the older spectrum. But the good part is they have a lot of experience because they have worked in the sector. So when they are in a group with younger learners, they can share their own experiences because they have worked in that company, they have done that process, they know how to do it, and it sort of nicely balances. So some sort of considerations for those. And please look at issues of mental well-being. Today, especially post-COVID, mental well-being is at the forefront. Are our students too stressed? Are you too stressed? Do you think that you have too much on your plate? Stop and then think, what is it that I can sacrifice for the betterment of someone else? When I did my doctorate, I sacrificed a lot of social obligations. Sadly, there were weddings of my friends and colleagues that I could not attend. There were a lot of things that I really wanted to go to, but I just thought I can't do it all. So what is it that you can put aside for a while and then pick up after you have finished your research? Give it a thought. Don't just try to do everything because, as you all know, we aren't superhuman. A large number of my students are international students, and a large number of them have moved countries. However, you might have a large number of students who have just moved regions or zones, but might still find those transition issues like communication barriers, maybe a lower level of confidence, maybe cultural issues, maybe access to resources, all of those things. When I am now looking at research, I'm slowly moving into things like research methodologies and ethics approval. Ethics approval is something that all students do out here. So before you interview someone, you let your lecturer know that you're going to do that. You get a form that you sign. You ensure that the data that you use is not going to be for any other reason. We have a lot of data protection now, isn't it? So things that you need to consider. And academic integrity and plagiarism, which is something that I am going to touch on in the following slides as well. I don't know how many of you got into that, but it happens, isn't it? So I'm going to start from the other end. I'm going to start from what we should not do, and would like you to just take a look at this and think, was I ever at the threshold of not being sure what plagiarism is all about? Plagiarism is not just copying another person's work. If you do bad referencing, or if you do not reference, or if you do not acknowledge somebody else's research and try to say it is your own, that is plagiarism. If you do not summarize or do not write it in your own words, then that is plagiarism. If you pay someone else to do your research for you or to write your text for you, that is plagiarism. So I just want to touch on the fact that it might be intentional or unintentional. A number of times, what the process at our university is that students submit their assignments, and then the assignments go into a software called Turnitin. And when Turnitin highlights a very high percentage of plagiarism, then the student is sent back to the librarian, to the subject librarian, to see if there is bad referencing, or maybe no referencing, no bibliographies, not enough paraphrasing, If you take out all of that, then it's not plagiarism. So a number of times you might find it was not intentional, but I just did not know how to do it. So I want you, the participants of this conference, to benefit from knowing that it is not that you are intentionally indulging in plagiarism, but sometimes you are just not aware of what you need to do to get out of this pit. Let's go into the selection of the research topic. I am now slowly introducing you to research. Look at your own research topic. All of you probably are in various stages of that. Some of you might be still considering your research topic, so this might be helpful. Some of you might be at the beginning stages and might still want to narrow down your research topic. So you might benefit from this. I personally benefited by reading about the topic, writing down my ideas, sometimes looking at the broader field and then slowly narrowing it down. So always start with the broader field. Are you into health sciences? Are you into agriculture? Are you into commerce? Are you into medicine? Look at your broad field. In your broad field, narrow down what part of health sciences. Is it intervention medicine? What part of intervention medicine? What's the narrow thing? And then slowly come down to that. At the end of it all, I must say that it is your own desire and interest that matters. If the topic is not to your liking, please be confident enough to speak to your guide. Please explain to your guide how you think that a particular topic will benefit both you and society just by your own interest. And try and explain to your mentor, I know this is not easy, but try and explain to your mentor how in the long run, you might do more research on a topic that you like, rather than go along with the topic that has been given to you. That's why you need to be confident enough to select your own topic and don't ask others for a topic. I have students who come to me and say, can you give me a topic for my research? And I'm like, no, what's it that you like to do? Look at a broad topic, go narrow down. We all have our own pet projects. So focus on those and read and review literature till you get what you are looking for. I'm going to give you a few examples of topics that I thought you can research, you can do. It's just sort of, when you read either a book or a journal article or something on the internet, or if you are looking at the news, you get lots of these topics. They're crowding your mind all the time. Sift through them and see what you can, or the core topic that you can come down to. So say, for example, I looked at things like dialysis. I looked at a cure for cancer, maybe a faulty gene, maybe ADHD, just general topics, but you can still sort of narrow them down. So maybe if you're talking of a faulty gene, maybe look at a particular gene that gives something that maybe a large number of the population in your area has. And then you can try and find a cure for it, because then your research benefits society. Remember this, at the end of the day, your research must benefit society. Say, for example, you were into engineering. How can we use lighter materials to create better aircrafts? How can we use feedback to increase network connectivity? How can we harness energy from newer resources? How can we harness energy, say, better from, say, wind? We are doing we do solar energy a lot today. We didn't know solar energy a few years ago. Today, it is such an important concept of all new buildings. How can we better that? How can we decrease our carbon footprint and save our planet? When I look back, I thought at one time when I was growing up, having a refrigerator was like a status symbol. Today, we are talking of the fluorocarbons that these sort of devices emit, and then we are thinking, did we do good? Just giving you some food for thought. Would like you all to start thinking about all of these concepts, and they will always become topics for research in the long run. Say, for example, if your research was on agriculture, how can stock forecasts help to reduce market uncertainty? How can the promotion and growth of organic agriculture benefit farmers? Out here in the West, we are very much into organic agriculture today. And the same, say, tomato, which would cost maybe £1 in a normal shop, will cost £2 if it is grown organically. The same with eggs. So you have, say, free-range eggs. A lot of this food, maybe not hybrid, say an aubergine, what you call a brinjal, that is not grown through hybrid means, just grown naturally, is of more value. So this whole concept of organic agriculture, and we have large supermarkets and we have large shops that just sell fruits and vegetables grown organically. So you can see the whole concept of, we maybe in our older times, we always grew this organically, and then we did a lot of research and we started growing vegetables faster and better and bigger and more colorful. And then we realized it wasn't too good. And now we have gone back to organic agriculture back again. It's a cycle, but it is something that you can think about. The concept of genetically modified fruits and vegetables, and of course, pesticides. These are all topics in agriculture which will always be strong and good for research. Would like you to take a few minutes to think of your own research topic. I want you all to think of, why did you choose this topic? What was the thought process that went behind it? Because from now onwards, when I talk about research, you're going to think about your topic and you're going to relate all of these slides to your own research topic. So that's why I want you to narrow down and think of your own research topic. What have you set out to accomplish? What is it that you want to do? Why this topic? How will it benefit society? Out of the fact that you will gain a degree at the end of this research and you will have something printed and bound into a book. Besides that, how will it benefit society? The DR that you get will benefit you. It will be before your name. And I'm sure that's something that we are all very, very proud of. But besides that, how will your research benefit society? Give yourself a minute to think this and see if you need to tweak your research at any point to benefit society. There are a few things that we can add into your own research topic. You might want to do feasibility studies. So maybe take your topic and like a pilot study, but do it in a small section of society and see if it is feasible. You might want to go into now slightly innovative ideas. You might want to plan for crisis. These are broader topics which you can introduce into your own narrower research topics. So say, for example, you are talking about lighter aircraft, or say, for example, you are talking about, say, a faulty gene in medicine. Can you introduce that concept of planning for crisis in it? When we talk about inclusivity, we think of the fact that you need to consider people with disabilities, people with varied thought processes, people who might be different from you. And when you think like a researcher, you think scientifically. So after the selection of the topic, and I have now got you to rethink the selection of your topic, and I hope that you can filter it down to what you really want to do to benefit society. I'm now going to talk about literature review. I'm sure that all of you, when you have got that document from the university where you are doing your research, it probably they say literature review in so many words, minimum of whatever 10 or 15 or 20 or 25 research articles. And at the end of that, you must explain how your research is going to fill up that gap. So a few tips on how you do your research. The review of literature starts from selecting a topic, and this is not the topic of your research, but a subtopic inside your research. You define the search terms. So one of the things is to define the search terms. And I think what's important in this is when I talk about search terms, you talk about keywords. So it is easy for you to search online if you have good keywords. Use things like Boolean operators. Use words like and. So say, for example, you are talking about event management and maybe music festivals. So that combination will give you better search results. Search, find, and evaluate resources. The searching and the finding happens. It is the evaluation where we sometimes struggle. So you've got a good resource, you've got a good web page. Is it good in the context of being academically good? If you're looking at conference articles, it's good to look at peer-reviewed ones, because you know then that they are academically at a much higher level. If you have to evaluate your resources, you need to find out, is this authentic? Who wrote this article? When did they write it? Is it something I can use? Do I even know this person? Or is this person an expert in the field? Or is it someone who wrote a one-off and then disappeared? Read and understand. That's step 4. Step 5 is to write down individual analysis, citing the sources. And I would go into referencing and citing eventually. And then, of course, you write the review and your list of references. Both of these concepts go hand in hand. So citation and referencing goes hand in hand. But the importance of review of literature, and a lot of people say, why do I have to read? Why do I have to review literature? It is using your reading in your writing. So remember this concept of why we do a literature review. This is just an example of how you can show the relationship between the subject area and your research topic. So for example, if you start from a broad topic of, say, music, and you then slowly come narrow down. What happens is you are defining your scope and your limitations. You are telling the reader that I am only going to talk about this narrow area. And what happens is if you go in depth, if you go narrower, then you can get more information about a smaller concept that people have not thought about before, rather than looking at broader terms. So when you are selecting your research topic, I always tell students this, when you select your research topic, delimit it. Do you want to narrow it down by saying in the UK, in London, in India, in Kolhapur region? You want to narrow it down? In the last 5 years, in the last 10 years, put a time zone. So then it gets more narrower. Then you know that you are looking at something very much narrower. In relation to, say, employment, only in relation to economics, in relation to the spread of COVID. So narrow it down. Narrow down your topic. Now, this is a general idea of what sort of information resources you need. A lot of you are aware of print books and ebooks and reference books, and you probably do interlibrary loans as well. Have you heard about DOAB? That is the Directory of Open Access Books. A number of free books available on the internet. Have you heard about DOAJ, Directory of Open Access Journals? A lot of them available freely on the internet. Have you looked at institutional repositories of universities where academic staff will publish research papers and put it in their own institutional repository, which you can then access free of cost? Have you considered writing an email to the author of an article that you like and ask them whether they can share a copy of their article? You know, a number of my students tell me that that the research article that they want is not free, that they have to pay for it, say $49 or $29. And I sometimes say, look a little bit more and you will find that it is available somewhere for free. I have seen a number of authors when I have personally written to them and explained that I want their article for my research, are more than happy to email me a copy of that article. So look at those aspects as well. And of course, there are very specialist resources like, say, industry data, like, say, for example, census data, or you need data about the weather, or you need some sort of a global report on, say, education, on population, on growth of something. Look at all of these specialist resources. Today, of course, we use social media a lot, and it is perfectly fine to use and reference these specialist resources. So a lot of my students will use a YouTube video of a music concert held somewhere in Eastern Europe. As long as they reference it correctly, it is fine to use it. Books, as you are all aware, and you can see my cat reading a book, is the primary source of information. Along with that, how you access a book, and I have put in specifically, we use this, we have signed a contract with Perlego, which gives us access to more than 1 million books. However, Perlego also has trial access, and a number of databases and vendors give you trial access. Even Web of Science and Scopus probably do. So if you don't have access, you can always do a trial access, isn't it? Do a week's trial access, see what you need, see what they have, see how much you can download, and that itself might help you. Consider the concept of interlibrary loan if you don't have it. That's one of the best strengths of regional networking. Look at the other colleges which are situated in your vicinity. See if it is possible to do an interlibrary loan. See if you can, today you can even scan a few pages of the book and email it. Will that work for you? Try and look at these options. This is the typical structure of a journal article, and I have put it in because I just want to give you this tip that when you read a journal article, you don't need to read the whole article. Okay, read the abstract first, then go to the end and read the findings. And between the abstract and the findings, you can decide whether you want to include this in your research or not. So that way, it's the first step, and then you can just keep a few that are very relevant to you. How to search inside journals. So this is a ProQuest search, and it says that the article that's required is present in a particular journal. So if you just click on the link of the journal, you are narrowing down your search, and it's easier because you are not then overwhelmed by so much information. Sometimes we go on the internet, we go on Google or Google Scholar, and then you keep putting the same search over and over again. Have you considered that if the first time you found something in, say, the Journal of Multidisciplinary Sciences, then the next time you don't need to go back onto Google or Google Scholar, just click on that journal. If that journal is open access, you can search inside that journal. So narrow down your search so that you get better search results. A question that we ask ourselves, we tell ourselves all the time, and a question that my students tell me often. What happens if I don't find enough information? So this is a tip. If you found one relevant journal article, and I'm just giving you an example of this is a very relevant journal article. So you go to the list of references at the end of that article, and you can read those articles. So click on each of those. As you can see, there are links, or it's easy for you to then put them into Google maybe and find where they're available. So this is sort of finding related information. So sometimes you don't need a lot of resources. You need one good resource to begin with. On the other hand, if you find one good journal article through a citation tracking database like Google Scholar, okay, I found one good article in Google Scholar. Click on this cited by. The meaning of cited by means 407 people have used this in their own research. Obviously, the higher the number, the better will be the research article. So you click on that, and then it will tell you these 407 people. And these 407 people are in the same narrow area of research. And so you can find more information about it. This is a standard slide I use, and a lot of people consider that Google is good. Of course, I do as well, because I often put my searches first in Google just to find out whether it's authentic or not. However, we are all as academicians aware that our sources should be authentic, that we have not only searched and found them, but we have also evaluated them. So try and do a good balance. Often Google will still show you links where the article doesn't exist anymore, what's called a dead link, as opposed to more authentic databases like say ProQuest or Web of Science will update their links, so there will not be dead links. I think the best thing to do sometimes would just be to search your library database as a very good starting point. The database of the place that you are employed in and the database of the place where you have registered to do your research. These two are the best starting point. I'm just going to explain to you stuff about evaluating sources. So I searched, say, in Google Scholar, and I found 10 very good journal articles. I need to evaluate these sources, and the test that we use is called, sadly, the CRAP test, but it's CRAAP, that says currency, relevance, authority, accuracy, and purpose. So say, for example, I was trying to research on the changes in the weather conditions, say, in the last 5 years. And I found a very good journal article, but it is dated 1965. Is it relevant to my research? Because I'm talking about the last 5 years. Does it relate to the topic? So for example, I found a very good journal article about, say, popular films in the last decade. However, my topic is popular music. Does it link? Does it relate? What is the intended audience it is for? Sometimes you find that research articles are too simple or too complex. And then you think this doesn't really relate to my topic, so I might not want to use it. Who is the author? Can you Google the author? Is the author an academic in any university? Has the author written more papers on the same topic? Or is it like a one-time author? Somebody who's written a blog and then disappeared from the information world? Is the author qualified? Can you contact the author? Can you email the author and maybe the author will give you some more research about it? How accurate is it? Is it biased? And I think this is a whole concept of what we call critical information literacy. Sometimes you go on to websites which only talk against a particular concept. Say, for example, the concept of global warming. You have people talking on both sides. Your research should use articles from both sides. Else you might be considered guilty of constructing an argument, a one-side argument. So you have to be balanced. And then what is the purpose of your source? What is the purpose of this? So has this article just been written to sell the Apple computer to you? Has this article just been written to persuade you to talk about a particular brand or a particular thought process? This whole concept of fake news comes because it is so easy to put information up on the internet. Anybody, anytime, anywhere can just write something, upload it on the internet. I'm sure you're all aware of how easy it is to edit Wikipedia. And that's why we should never use Wikipedia links in your research. Look at your research as being authentic. If you just read through the slide and give me a minute, I will be back. sorry. I have a cat and my cat was at the door and there was nothing I could do except open the door. So apologies. I'm talking about reading and critically evaluating literature. And this is much the same. So you look at the title, the author, the abstract, you read the discussion and think critically. How is this resource relevant to your research? Use then summarize. Summarize means write in your own words. Just put a summary of the whole paper. Remember, do not copy the abstract because that is not your own contribution to the research. That's where plagiarism comes in. If you copy the abstract, then when you put it into a software like Turnitin, it will flag it up as plagiarism. You have to write it in your own words. And remember, you need to reference as you cite. So don't forget page numbers and links. Store them in some sort of a reference management system. You might use Zotero, you might use Mendeley, you might just use Word. You might just put it into a Word or Excel document. Anything that works for you, but you must put it in something where you can then extract it out when you need it. Just to give you a little understanding of what paraphrasing and summarizing is all about. So paraphrase is a restatement. So rewriting the same thing with new words. I have a very good resource that I tell students about, and it is called Manchester Phrase Bank. Write that down. And when the session is over, you can Google it and find out what it is. There are many such resources. You can use online dictionaries. You can use online thesaurus. The easiest way to do is block a word when you're typing in MS Word, right click, go to synonyms and look for a synonym for the word. I'm just giving you tips of how best you can get out of plagiarism. This is very elementary, but this works as well. It also widens your own scope of the language. So you now know a new word which has the same meaning. So some key points for paraphrasing. Write in your own notes. So the best way to do it is to read something, close the book and write in your own words. That way you know that you are writing from your head, literally. So it will never be the same as the original text. Use in-text citations, use your own words and writing style. We all have a particular writing style, and sometimes that's what teachers do. When teachers know that this is not written by a particular student, I think it's because we understand the writing styles of our students. So develop your own writing style, and then you know that it will be your own. The other word is summarizing, and summarizing is reading the whole article and then writing in 2 or 3 sentences. So this conference paper talks about the value of information in a digital age. The author explains this, and then talks about digital literacy. Just 2 or 3 sentences, that is summarizing. So I hope that the concept of paraphrasing and summarizing is clear and is something that students will take into consideration to avoid plagiarism. I'm just going to touch about referencing now, a very elementary thing. I know a lot of students find referencing very confusing. As a librarian, I can tell you how important referencing is. If you don't understand it, if you don't know it, please ensure that you learn it correctly, because it is something that's not going to go away from you. This is something that you have to do every time you publish a research paper, every time you even create a presentation or write something authentic, you will need referencing. So there are two concepts to referencing. One is an in-text citation. Inside your text, you will put the name, the surname of the author and the year. And you will link it to your bibliography or your list of references at the end of your document. Remember, there must be two concepts to it. So when you start writing, when you put it inside your text, create a bibliography. It may be at the end of your document. I like to do it as a separate Word file totally. So when you put, say, in my text, I say Smith 2005 stated that digital literacy is a very important concept. In my list of references at the end, I will write Smith, J, published in which article, which journal, when, who's the publisher, place of publication. Complete your referencing. So both of those are ready and sorted. That's the best way to do referencing. So if you look at some examples like this, if I spoke about, say, Strong and Rain 2019, then in your list of references, you will write more about it. Why do we need to reference is a question that we always talk about. I'm sure we're all aware of it. I'm just going to give you a little bit of stuff about, you of course give credit to the author. Because when you reference, you say that this concept, this topic, this thing about, say, solar panels, this thing about global warming is not my idea. It's the idea of someone else. And so you have to acknowledge that research. On the flip side, at the end of your doctorate, imagine if somebody used your research and did not reference you. That's not something you would like. So I think it has to go both ways. This is something we do need to educate our students about as well. And I think we practice what we preach. So it's best that we start with a very strong referencing idea, and then we also explain to our students how they need to reference correctly. I've just touched on two elements of a reference entry. One is a book and one is a journal. A lot of this is available on the internet. We use something called Cite Them Right Online. CITE, Cite, THEM, ONLINE, Cite Them Right Online. But you can use any other citation or referencing assistance. A number of ebooks also have what they call citations. So you have like a double quotation mark. If you click it, then the reference is created for you by the system. There are different styles of referencing, so make sure you are aware of what referencing style the university wants from you. And it should be there in the document that is given to you by the university for your research. So normally social sciences use an APA style, whereas a lot of people use Harvard style or might be MLA style. So find out what that is. The idea of the different styles is when your software goes through Turnitin, it's been told that the student is using this reference style. So it matches, and then if it doesn't match the style, it will throw up an error, which is also unintentional plagiarism. So these are the simple elements of a reference entry for books. And I have put some examples down so you know how it is written. You're doing the author, surname, comma, initial of the first name, full stop, open round brackets, the year, the title in italics, full stop, the edition, full stop, the place of publication, double colon, and the name of the publisher, full stop. It is that simple. Don't be confused. Use these sort of options, and happy to help you if you need them. With regard to journals, the only difference is there are two titles now. One is the title of the journal, and one is the title of the article inside the journal. So just the difference that you write the title of the article in single quotation marks, and you write the title of the journal in italics. But this is from Cite Them Right. You might use different ways, but just to remember that if there is only one title, it's a book. If there are two titles, it has to be a conference paper. 5 tips for easy referencing. Don't leave your referencing until the last minute. Don't lose track of your source and page number. Don't forget which web page you opened or accidentally closed. Don't use an incorrect referencing style. And don't make formatting mistakes like italics were not needed, or capitals, or wrong brackets, or spelling mistakes, or different fonts. I've often looked at referencing where the fonts are all different. Make sure that you have standardization. It should be pleasing to the eye as well as ethically correct. So look at all those options. It's very easy to block the whole thing and then go up and make the font. Look at the spacing. Is your spacing correct everywhere? These are small tips, but it all goes towards good research. And the last bit I'm going to talk about is just a single slide on PowerPoint. After you do all your research, you have to, at the Viva stage, present your research in the form of a PowerPoint slide. This is exactly a very nice idea of what we think PowerPoint should be like. However, this is what I think PowerPoint should be. How to make a good presentation. This is just my ideas. There are lots of resources available on the internet. And I think after this session, you all will be doing PowerPoint presentations. I hope that you have not copied and pasted all your objectives or your research methodology onto slides. Too much of text. Remember, less is more. Delete your stuff. 6 words per line, 6 lines per slide. Look at your fonts, your colors, and your spacing. Include visuals, graphs, and images. Include animation and slide transition. So where they flow from, do they fall from the top? Keep some sort of consistency, and how your slide moves, how your PowerPoint presentation moves from slide to slide. I just want to conclude by saying that research is complex and yet it is simple. It is changing and yet it is conventional. Sometimes the information that is available might not be free, and the information which is free might not be available because you don't know how to access it. However, remember that look at user needs as top priority. Look at whom your research is going to benefit. If your research is based on medicine, it's going to benefit the patient. If your research is based on academics, is it going to benefit the student? Keep your user at the center of your discussion always, and focus your research on benefiting somebody. And that sort of research will stay on in the minds of people many, many years after you've probably moved on. Because today, if you look at good, authentic research, we are still reading those concepts. Why do we still talk about the law of gravity? Why do we still talk about Einstein? Why do we still talk about the telephone or the light bulb? Because this was a research which was focused on benefiting society. This was a research which spoke about doing good. That should be the center of your discussion. That should be your stimulus. That should be your motivation. I wish you all the very best in your research, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to delve into the amazing world of research and to add value to the profession. Thank you. I am happy if you have any questions.
Hello. Have you finished your lecture, madam?
Yes. Did you, I'm open to any questions that students would like to discuss about.
Dear participant, do you have any question regarding the Janice Fernandez madam lecture?
Let's have a short discussion. Let's talk about your research topics. If you are happy to share them, I am more than happy to support you. Do you think you have any issues with referencing, or do you have any issues with finding information?
Dear participant, do you have any question regarding Janice Fernandez madam lecture?
You can put it in the chat as well. I'm happy to
I
look
think so.
at
There is
issues.
nothing any question, madam. I think so.
Okay, then that's
I would
fine.
like to thank on behalf of the college, behalf of Sri Wagmare Brothers Private Event Management Company for delivering us such a nice and outstanding lecture. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. The next session, next online lecture will be start very soon. It is available. Kinnari Thakkar, madam. Kinnari Thakkar, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. I'm available.
Before starting the lecture of Kinnari Thakkar, madam, I would like to read the biodata. Kinnari Thakkar, madam, is CMA Dr. Kinnari V. Thakkar, Professor, Department of Commerce, University of Mumbai, Vidyanagari, Santa Cruz, Mumbai, India, Maharashtra. Madam have a huge contribution to growth of higher education, like nurturing intellectual growth of the learners through the virtual teaching learning process, contributing a research and providing the consultancy for industries, involving quality teaching and research for participating in accreditation process, building a strong bond with the various institutions and the university by participating in academic delivery through seminar, workshop, and conferences, attending and organizing conferences, seminar, workshop for betterment, intellectual growth. Madam having the competency in academic and professional skills like teaching and counseling, mentoring, curriculum development, planning and evaluation strategy, computer skill, relationship management, leadership training, enhanced teaching learning process, research enhancement, academics, documentation and reports. Madam have academic credentials also, PhD, MBA, company secretary, Master of Commerce, National Eligibility Test, ACMA, Bachelor of Commerce. So many degrees have been awarded. Madam having so many big and so many research as well as a PhD guide. It is a big, very big biodata. Therefore, we do not have the time. I would like to request Kinnari Thakkar madam to please continue with your lecture second session. Thank you, madam.
So good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon, Janice Fernandez, madam. Always be a pleasure to meet you on these online platforms. And Dr. Kishore Wagmare, sir, all the other participants here, a very good morning, and we'll start directly with the session because I know that you all continue to learn, and I mean, you expect that the session after Dr. Fernandez, madam, you need a continuity and you need to learn more and more before you start presenting your papers. So I'm going to talk about what is a research philosophy, this is something which I feel has been, missing from almost all the sessions wherever any programs of research methodology is conducted. Bibliography, I think Madam has covered. So her references and bibliography, how to write, and various styles of writing. So I'll be focusing only on what you mean by research philosophy. Okay, is the slide visible in the slideshow format?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, fine. Okay. So while talking about research philosophy, why you need to understand what is a research philosophy. Now, so many sessions you have read, so many sessions you have listened, and so many books you have read. In all the cases, what is being taught to you is what is the research process and the typical contents of the research. That in research you should start with introduction, you have review of literature, sessions are conducted on how to go about reviewing your literature. Then you come down to your objectives and hypothesis. So there is a decomposition which is given, right? How your research work which you are conducting, you decompose that into objectives, and then you specify these are the objectives which I am going to achieve, and corresponding to the objectives, the hypothesis which I am going to frame. And for these hypotheses, this is the research methodology, the technique, the statistical or the econometrics or mathematical techniques which we are using, that will be written in the contents. And then finally, whatever the findings and conclusions and your suggestions about the research. Now, when all these is being, while all these is being, taught to you, and when you are learning, in between there is something which you need to understand before actually you start your research work, is what is called as research philosophy. Because whenever you are writing an objective, your objective should be based upon what is the research philosophy you are going to use. If you do not understand the research philosophy, that means when you are framing the objective, it is not as per what should be the flow of the objective. So when you frame the objective, you need to know that which philosophy you are using, and accordingly, what objectives and hypotheses you are framing. So this is the fundamental, it is the crux, it is the fulcrum, and it is the backbone of what the entire research is based upon. So today, let me try to cover some the process of understanding, writing the research. And in the process, the most important focus point which one should always understand, unless without that, if you call yourself a research scholar, or if you call yourself a doctorate degree holder, I think then you are having an incomplete, if you know what research philosophy, if you don't know what research philosophy is, and if you wish to know that, and you still feel that you have calling yourself a research scholar, then I think it will be an incomplete dissatisfaction from your level. After knowing that this is the point which I should have been doing it before I decided upon the topic. When you start discussing with your research mentor and research guide, you should have learned all this before you start freezing on a topic for which, or topic of your interest for which you are trying to pursue the research degree. So what do you mean by philosophy? In research philosophy, it is a part of your research methodology. So when I said that there are contents, the contents will start with introduction, it will start with review of literature, then it will start with methodology. So when you start methodology, in that methodology itself, you should write, you should first identify, you should decide, and you should write what is a research philosophy. Basically, the philosophy is the assumptions which you are making, the research belief which you carry while doing your identifying your research technique methods, and writing your research objectives. That what is the research belief and what are the assumptions. The methodology overall includes the philosophy of research and the design of research. Now, research design is what tools, techniques, and methods you are adopting for carrying out your research work. Research philosophy is backed by assumptions and belief. Assumptions and belief means, what school of thought you are having in your mind while you are pursuing the research and writing any research paper or pursuing this research degree. There are so many school of thoughts. There are so many paradigm which one needs to understand. And on what paradigm you have, you are basing your work. That is a research entire overall together will be research philosophy. So we'll go to research methodology. What is research methodology? It is a systematic plan to undertake research work. It includes detailed approach to solve a research problem. The assumptions which you need to understand is inductive, that is specific to general, deductive assumptions, which means you are doing general to specific, and abductive assumptions. Nowadays, so much of research which is undertaken at times, which may not be completely based on the existing philosophy, or you start with some philosophy and then you end up getting some results which leads to a new theory. A new theory is developed. So there are researches where you start with the theory which is existing. You study the existing theories, applicability in your geographical area, in your the study area which you have identified, whether this is suitable or applicable in the research area which you have conducted, or you start with altogether some new idea and then you develop a theory. So there are two different ways earlier which were understood for carrying out your research process. But abductive research is you start with the existing theory, but at times, it is not possible to completely implement the existing theories assumptions which you have, which is there in the theory which is published by other authors, the famous theories which are existing. It's not possible that those same assumptions you apply for your own theory, because the behavior of every geographical area, the behavior of every persons with whom you are interviewing, you are using it for your survey, to whom you are posing questions, that is your samples, target audience. The behavior is peculiar and typical to every geographical area as well as person to person. So those theories may not be applicable. Therefore, an abductive approach is used. So these three basically are the assumptions underlying where you will be able to identify what kind of objectives you need to use. The wordings of the objectives which you need to use while framing the research objectives, like when you say to study, to identify. So when to use to study, when to use to understand, when to use to identify. These all are based on the research philosophy. The beliefs which we will try to dwell deeper is the belief of positivism, the belief of constructivism, realism, and pragmatism. So let us start with inductive approach. When I say what is inductive approach, the inductive approach here means it emphasizes on observations and deriving conclusions through observations. The data is collected and then the theory is built. Data is collected in a variety of ways, such as interviews, questionnaires, case studies. The risk is that no patterns theories emerge quickly and readily. Whenever you identify some new point, if you want to identify, it is, and which is not existing. The theory is not existing. You're trying to build a theory. You're trying to bring out some new conclusions, and you come out with some new statements and some new revelations. So in that case, inductive approach. Inductive means induce. Okay, it induces means you observe, you collect your data, you set some geographical, identify some geographical area within which you will perform or you will undertake this research work, and then you come out with some new revelations. So if there is something new which is revealed, and you can build a theory on that, and if you apply that theory in some other geographical area, and the conclusions which were applicable for X area is the same to Y, is the same to Z, that means you are building a new theory. So that kind of approach which you are adopting in your research is of collecting data and building theory is inductive approach, inducing, inducement, that will be coming out with some new conclusions, new derivations, new patterns, new theory. But it will not be quickly and readily possible. It may take time, and it will have to be tested at different places, so that only then you can build a theory. Now, for example, if you see the theory of law of diminishing marginal utility, or you see a theory of a simple example, if you put water on the gas flame and you boil it up to 100 degrees, anywhere in this world you boil, if you put your finger in it, you will get burned. So it's not applicable to one geographical area. You have to test it in every possible areas. Everywhere the results are same. And when everywhere the results are same, that means your theory is applicable universally. So when you come out with these kind of theories, new things, which is applicable universal, wherever you test the results, you will get the same conclusions. Law of diminishing marginal utility. Wherever you go, wherever you take a target audience, you select your sample, you pose questions to them, and similar kind of results you will get. So these theories which are developed. So developing theory is backed by various observations. Majority of the time it is observations and then collection of data. So you observe and you collect data. So this kind of theory which you have developed is which you are doing is inductive. So for inductive, what are the steps one needs to understand? You have to observe. After observing, there is a particular pattern which is seen. A particular pattern is observed. Once the particular pattern you are able to identify, you need to frame a tentative hypothesis that everybody behaves in this typical manner. You need to frame a tentative hypothesis. You have to test that in various applicable study area. You have tested it in one, but you cannot come out and bring about this as a theory unless you test it in all similar areas as maximum possible ways. So you come out and then you write a tentative hypothesis, you test the results, and if the results are similar in almost all these places which you have tested, then you form a theory. So this is an inductive hypothesis and inductive approach. Specific observations you make, and then you conclude that there is a general theory. Now, other example, latest example, if you see, you can write some, you can make some study in China or in India or any other country of your choice, and you can find out, you can make a broad statement like today's youth is addicted to social media. So you identify a target audience in our youth. You decide first of all what is the age limit which you set when you call your target audience as youth. So if you find out, and then if you use questionnaires and ask information, various questions from the number of hours which they are devoted, how much of time they use for Twitter, WhatsApp, and all the other social media, whether they are interested, whether they continuously keep on posting their photograph, whatever they are doing, going out, they click on, they always click photos and then upload it, and then they wait for likes, how many likes you generally get, there's so many questions you can pose. You ask youth here, you ask youth in Bangladesh, you ask youth of Canada, you can ask youth of US, any other place. Majority of the results, majority of the conclusions, majority of the analysis which you the analysis which you have done, the results which you have tested, and the conclusions which you have derived is almost similar. Then what you can say that yes, this is today's generation, the youth is addicted to social media. So you identify, you set a criteria that when I say addiction, what do you mean by addiction? Okay, addiction, and a broad idea of what do you mean by addiction, the parameters which you have set, that what do you mean by addiction, but the parameters should not deviate. It should not deviate from our generally accepted definition. Generally, when you accept, generally, what do you understand by addiction? So there are certain parameters. When you say addiction, that means it has to be very, very frequent. Okay. If you just use it for the purpose of some, necessity, or not as an addiction, just as a benefit to take advantage of social media and to take get the most out of it, to leverage that which you have, the internet facilities and all other facilities which you have, and because of which you are able to connect with your friends and connect with all your colleagues in a very short time. So if you are leveraging these use, then it may not be an addiction. But addiction has a typical definition. So you set the definition of an addiction, you identify that how many of these sample size which you have selected, how many of these common have the same kind of behavior when it comes to using the social media. So all these parameters which you have set, first you decide what is an addiction according to you, which should be as per the generally understood, generally accepted understanding, and then you test that questionnaire. At times you have to recheck it, because it is a question which is posed for human. So when it comes to anything which is connected to human, then the answers may vary significantly at times. So you need to test it again with the same group. After 2 months, after 3 months, after 15 days, you try to ensure that you are testing the same thing again within a short period of time. Then you repeat the exercise. So when you repeat the exercise and you come with the same conclusion, that means only then you can make a statement. Otherwise, you cannot make a statement. So induction is something which you are, testing initially, observing, you are understanding the pattern, and then you are coming out with some statements, or you're coming out with some theory. So that will be the meaning of inductive hypothesis. So I hope that with an example, you are able to understand that what do you mean by when we say inductive, something new which you are trying to come out with, some new, something which is revealed on the basis of observations. Now, what you will have to do in induction, then you will need to have a large sample. A very small sample theory, for making a theory, you cannot have very small sample. So large sample should be there, and it has to be at every different areas where you are trying to identify and understand the pattern. It should not be to one geographical area. It has to be widespread in different areas. Random sampling and probability sampling methods. You cannot use convenience sampling in that. You cannot use even other kind of sampling. It has to be a probability sampling method and a random sampling. Only then you will be able to justify your work, and only then you'll be able to convincingly say that this the results are whatever results are there, these results, on the basis of that a theory can be developed. So a large sample and sampling, random sampling, that is the core of inductive method of developing a theory. Variety, externally valid, there it has to have validity. Now, how to test validity and technique, statistical tool used for testing validity, all that I think is there in it has to be in a complete different session. We cannot understand the external validity. We can just understand that what are the what tools can be used. You can use Cronbach alpha for finding out the validity of your questionnaire and the validity of how the responses which you have got, that responses can be validated by using the tools. So you need to at times repeat your work which you have done. Then if you have some counter evidence, the observation that refute or falsify generalization. It is not always possible that what you do here is what you identify in one country, you may have the same results of that in the other country. So there may be certain counter evidence. Now I can try to give an example of Bhutan. Okay. When actually we personally visited Bhutan for identifying their, Bhutan is supposed to have a very good happiness index. And when we talk with the general university students over there, they are satisfied with everything. The main reason of their high happiness index is they are born and brought up with the concept of satisfaction. They like how we feel after we need to buy more clothes all the time. You feel that you need to look whatever. 1 minute, I'll just see what the slide is. Yeah. So when we have programs, functions and all that, you feel you should get ready. Almost not, I'm not telling about female, I'm just telling about a general public. Whenever you have a program, when you have a function, you feel that no, you should carry yourself well, and you should go and then you should feel good. That concept is absent. We saw that entire the interest which they have, that is absent in the country, majority of them. So they feel that they are satisfied with the same type of clothes, 3 pairs of clothes they have, they're satisfied wearing this 2 or 3 excess pairs of clothes and shoes, and then they're very happy. So what makes them happiness? The parameters which they have set for themselves for feeling happy are completely different, which you will not see in many other parts of the world. So which part of the world you come from, the culture of that, what is the, interactions between the society with each other. There's so many factors which plays an important role in identifying about your, about what do you feel and about your reaction and response to a particular question you have posed. So while interviewing or while posing a question and using a survey or questionnaire for surveying these target audience, you also have to see that, in this culture, whether these kind of theory which I'm trying to develop will be applicable. So you have to see whether there is a possibility of any counter evidence, an observation that refute or falsify the generalization before we try to pose. So we can then say that whatever theory you have built, you can say that these are the assumptions. If the assumptions do not meet, then the results may not be up as per the theory which is accepted. So such all detailed understanding and analysis needs to be done. So majority, what I'll say, majority of the research which we are doing in the area of commerce and management. Now, will you consider that study as an inductive research? Will you think that this study which we are doing is an inductive research? Are you coming out with some new theory? Are you developing something, some new revelations, anything like that?
then you can say that this is an inductive research. So you have to ask yourself. We are not the right person to, without knowing, to decide whether you are doing this kind of work or not. So you have to ask yourself that, is my work fitting into these criteria of being an inductive research? If yes, then how to go about writing an objectives, that we can discuss it. If no, then again, what should be the objectives and hypothesis, the statements which I should write when I frame my objectives. Now, connecting to this only, I'll directly try to explain about writing. Now, if you are into an inductive approach, okay, if you are using an inductive approach, what is the purpose of inductive approach? To explore something new. Okay, so you can write, when you write an objective, to explore. If you are writing to explore in some other work, that means you are not understanding the philosophy, and you are not understanding the connection of philosophy and objectives. So you cannot write to bring about some new methods, okay, to suggest some new methods of any research, whatever topic which you have, or for the topic, to suggest some new theory, to develop a new theory, to suggest some new techniques. So if you are doing something really new, then these kind of words which you can frame statement while writing an objectives. Otherwise, if you are doing that, that means it is not acceptable. But typically, you know how the entire research functions here in our universities and in our conferences, programs. The papers are accepted in bulk and the papers are published in ISSN. So that is fine. That will happen. But if you try to go for ABDC, Scopus, high-level Scopus and ABDC, then they will judge and analyze your each and every word, point, comma, your colon, where you have put. And so many times it comes back, and then you have to revise it and send papers. So why I'm telling you this is, when you attend a conference, when the first time you attend a research methodology workshop, everything you will not be able to understand at a stretch. Okay, that's also a step by step, like ABCD, how you do, and then only you start learning statements and understanding and writing your own, developing the writing skills. So this is the same thing. When you understand research, each research important parts you understand, in parts you understand, then the contents and the process of research, and then you understand it full, how entire thing, the process of research has to be done, and then you actually, the skills are developed by practicing, by reading, by referring, and then you go to ABDC, Scopus, and that level. So initially it is not possible, but just because it is not possible initially, you cannot be deprived. You should not deprive yourself that, yeah, this looks difficult. It is not, it will take time. It's like a normal. See, when you join for an MBA course, you cannot complete it within 1 year. You know how you give 3 years. So same thing you decide for yourself that it's like a 3 years integrated program for me. So this is the first year of research, but dedicatedly and religiously, if you focus on that, you move to the second step where you understand actually what is the meaning of hypothesis. First year, you will only understand what is the research, or what is research, what you mean by research, क्या करना चाहिए research में, क्या क्या होता है interaction से, like something new, some black book you have to write, and there's something, the process called research, and then you have to come out with some conclusions and write everything. Second year, you will understand what is hypothesis, what is objectives, and what do you mean by sample, statistical tools, what is there, analysis ke liye questionnaires you have to frame. So all these you understand in the second year while the journey of your research work. And the last year you will develop some skills of writing. You will start writing some papers for some programs, some research methodology class. You just ask questions and you will start writing some conference related papers, and then you will be able to understand that this is now, once you are 2 or 3 years of these rigorous and religious dedication of your research is completed, only then
Only then you will understand what do you mean by real research. Then you will have to refer back, oh, what that time when I understood philosophy, that time when I understood research objective, I was very raw. Okay, I understood it, but that time I think I was so raw. Now I have really understood what a research method, what a research methodology is.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is, you know, how the entire process goes. So if you feel that suppose this is your first, second session, or maybe even in the first year, it is not possible that you will understand everything at a stretch and you will be able to be an expert. You have to give time to yourself. So that's the reason why I'm telling, try to understand right from the base. So when you are writing inductive approach, when you are using inductive approach, you have to write in the objectives to explore. Okay, to bring about something, some new conclusions, bring about some new theory, to develop a theory, to develop a model. When you write to develop a model, it is something new which you are trying to do. Building a model, to build a model. So that all is not based fully on your the work which has been done by others. That is your own work. And when you do your own work, then it is an inductive. Now, again, you will ask that our models are based on the existing models and we have modified that to suitably, which are suitable for our requirement. And that is how our new model is. Our model is not the original model. So see, earlier there was a TAM model. Okay, technology acceptance model. The TAM was modified by others, and then there are other models for technology, for identifying the technology acceptance. So what is that then? Is it an inductive approach? Let us continue with this journey. That time I will, while doing other approaches, I will tell you that approach will be which type of approach. So right now I'm leaving your this with inductive, going to the next, and then I will explain you again that if this kind of situations, you are already existing models you are modifying, then what kind of approach it will be called as. So now when you say about inductive approach, I'll give you an example. Because accounting, finance and commerce background, basically from accounting, I'll tell you how in an inductive approach your the process works. So in an inductive approach, for what happens? You are observing financial information. You are observing some financial information. Every organization has its style of maintaining and recording transactions. All businesses have their own style of recording transactions, maintaining and books of accounts. Now, after thorough observation, what it leads to? It leads to constructing accounting generalizations. So you construct that, see, every business, when it starts, it is not expected that next year it will be closed. Okay, so every business, when it starts with an intention to operate year after year. So that means it was an observation that every time there is something where you feel that this year, the next year strategy you are framing. So every businessman has a plan set for the next year. So that was a general observation, general behavior and of a business, of an entity. So that led to what? That led to an accounting principle, which was called as going concern. So a going concern is an accounting principle, going concern, the concepts, convention, principles which are there, that were based on how the businesses were functioning. So that was an observation which led to generalization. Okay, and that generalization will lead you towards formation of principles. So this is how an accounting standard is based. And see, now there are so many changes in the accounting standards. There are GAAP, Ind AS, IFRS. These all changes are why these all changes are happening? Because the behavior of the market, the behavior of the stakeholders, everything you are witnessing a change. It is not like how it was earlier, some 25, 2 decades, 3 decades ago. 3 decades ago, we were not having a global market concept. We were not having sale through online, e-commerce companies. So while we are moving in a while we are progressing step by step, every time there is a need to change the method.
You need to develop something new. So now if you also see those who have studied say 5 years or 10 years back, the format, the schedule which were used for presentation of financial statements is completely different. The format is completely different. The concept remains the same, but the approach, the way in which it is presented is all completely different. So every time you do something new, you come out with some new principle, you come out with some new idea, then that will be considered as an inductive approach. Now you have to ask yourself, how many of you are actually doing something new? Okay. If not, then that doesn't mean that you are doing anything, your work is not research. It is not like that. Your work still will be a research work, because the next approach is deductive approach. Deductive means you deduce. You deduct from something. When you say deductive, you develop a hypothesis based on existing theory, design a research strategy to test hypothesis, test the validity of the existing theory in given circumstances. This is called as a top-down approach. Theory already is there. It is already been developed by some person. Okay. But you are testing that in the given circumstances. You are testing that whether still the theory is valid or not. For that also, you need to collect data, frame hypothesis, test hypothesis, see how data supports the current theory. Whatever data you have collected, whatever questions which you have posed, and whatever answers which you have received from that. On the basis of the responses which are gathered, the responses, analysis of these responses, you need to see whether it supports the current theory. If there are variations, deviations, and some outliers of the theory, then you have to identify that. What are the outliers? What are the variations? What are the deviations? And then you need to suggest modifications of that. So theory is modification. So this is what I was telling about the technology acceptance model. Already it was existing. Then there are so many. If for those who do not know the technology acceptance models, you can write after the program. You can just use any Google, search engine to find out TAM earlier. Okay. The first, the assumptions, the parameters of TAM. What were the original assumptions of the TAM? Then this TAM has been expanded, and now which all the parameters are included. Now, for example, a very common simple example, that earlier, how many P's we had in the marketing? Product, project, product, pricing. Okay, 4 P's. Then we added 2 more P's. Now we have 7 P's. So this is how the theory, existing theory, is expanding. Existing theory is extended. So if you extend the existing theory, you come out with something new. That does not mean that you're not doing research. Extending a theory or testing a theory is not doing a research. That is also a research. But that research is called as which type of research? Deductive approach of research. In a deductive approach, what typically you do? You first see the theory. Then you frame the hypothesis on the basis of the theory. Then you observe. And then you confirm that, okay, yes, the theory is applicable over here. So you start with the theory, which is already there. Like in financial modeling, in financial, this investment management, capital asset pricing model, you have theories, various theories which are there. Okay, for those who know finance, there are some technical analysis methods and fundamental analysis methods. And then you have sharp theory, tenor theory. Okay, so what you do is on the capital asset pricing model is the most popular common theory, which almost all financial students from finance and commerce should be able to, will be, at least they should have heard it, that there's something called as capital asset pricing model. So what you do is there's the model already developed. You want to test it with the say Nifty 50. You want to test whether
BSc, the companies which are registered under BSc, whether this theory, this model fits right in for these companies. So you choose that I want to do Nifty 50. I want to test the theory of which is whether it can be, whether it fits into the companies which are Nifty 50 registered in the on the Nifty 50 list. Then you frame a hypothesis, you observe, check everything, analyze, and then you come out with a confirmation. Yes, that this theory is valid. Sometimes that you may have some revelations which are not confirming to the theory. So you can say that barring this or accepting this, this is an exception. Otherwise, the theory stands valid. The theory we can confirm that is still valid in these circumstances, and therefore, on the basis of the theory, you can use the theory can be used for finding out the movement of the prices of the stock market, and you can conclude how whether this stock can be invested, is worth investing, or anything which you want to know from that. So you can just test the validity of that theory. So now deductive approach. Deductive approach, I don't know why this looks blank. Okay, so the deductive approach example, actually, I already gave you that you are testing a theory and then you are coming out with the conclusion. Now, at times, inductive as well as deductive, both approach is not possible at an individual level to be used. You only rely on inductive approach and you only rely on deductive approach. It is not possible. Sometimes you need to mix and match. Sometimes your already existing theory is used as a base, and then you make certain assumptions, add certain parameters, and then you try to you undertake your study. So you need to have both the approaches simultaneously to come out with some more important ideas about any research topic. So you will use an abductive approach. What is it? It is to address weakness associated with deductive and inductive approaches. Deductive and inductive are very clear that something new is inductive and something already existing and you are testing is deductive. But at times you need to have new parameters even while doing a deductive research. So that kind of approach is called as an abductive approach. That is what I was telling while I was making you understand the inductive approach. Inductive approach, purely doing a new observation and coming a new conclusion, at times it's not possible. You take help of some other approaches, existing approaches, and then you mix it, match it, and then you bring out the conclusions and suggestions and find out and write the findings. So then when you are using simultaneously both the approaches, that is called as an abductive approach. So nowadays, so many methods which are used are based on an already existing theory, but you still use new new parameters, like e-commerce industries functioning. It is not that the industry is a very new industry. The objective of this is the same, that you need to satisfy your customers and you need to sell goods which is very easy and convenient for your customers. So the purpose of selling the goods is the same, but the platform which is used is different. So you identify whether these platforms are able to able to satisfied with what intention we have set these platform, whether they are whether they are satisfying the customers. So the reason why which we are using these platforms are these reasons, the parameters which we had set are satisfied. So that when you are testing, that will be an abductive approach. It overcomes the weakness via adopting a pragmatic perspective. So application of abductive reasoning in practice is challenging, and you are advised to stick with traditional deductive or inductive approaches while writing your dissertation. So in the dissertation and your thesis, generally abductive approach will not be advisable, because generally it starts with those kind of research which is funded research. Okay, the funding is very important. If you have any funded research, then you can go for this type of approach, because you need to have a lot of huge sample size, as well as a pragmatic approach, perspective which you are using. You need to have a lot of inputs and resources. So which for a MPhil, PhD or a research paper level, you will find difficult to have that much of financial as well as human resources. So abductive approach is just for all those who are having research which is purely funded, and you have a full team of different disciplines doing the kind of research work, different disciplines. Like we talk about interdisciplinary research, multidisciplinary research, but in real sense, how many of you are actually doing multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research in the academic setup? It's really only those who have funded projects, probably they will be doing that. But in an academic setup with all these limited resources, multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research really needs to take a lot of time, and you need a lot of inputs in terms of human finance. So that's the reason why this kind of research is restricted to only those institutions which is a research institution, and where you have fundings and other resources and time at the same time. Time also a very important resource. You need to have a lot of time to be devoted exclusively on that and extensively on that, extensive time devotion. So we'll continue again with the research philosophy. It is a system of beliefs and assumptions about the development of knowledge. When you are embarking on research, you are developing knowledge in a particular field. At every stage in your research, you will make number of assumptions. And these include assumptions about human knowledge, which is called as epistemological, about the realities you encounter in your research, which is called as ontological, and the extent and ways your own values influence your research process. This is called as axiological. The assumptions will shape your research questions, the methods you choose, and how you interpret your finding. Let me tell you what is all this: ontology, epistemology, axiology, and methodology, which is again the philosophy of the research. Now, when you talk about ontology, what does it mean? Ontology is concerned with the nature of reality. In business research, it can be defined as the science or study of being. This again I will explain with an example. Epistemology, it concerns what constitutes acceptable, valid, and legitimate knowledge in the field of study. It focuses on what is known to be true. The researchers and feelings. Researcher, how do you know something? Axiology refers to the role of values and ethics within the research process. That is where these values come from. And methodology is how you go about finding out knowledge and carrying out your research. Methodology, I think everybody is well versed with what you mean by methodology. So I think this will make it more clear. In ontology, what you do is you identify what is a reality. Okay, and when you identify the reality, then it comes to the next level, that is ontology plus epistemology will be the research philosophy or the paradigm of research. So you see the theory of knowledge. What is the theory which is available, and what is the existing pool of resources which are available. Ontology will be assuming that the reality is only one and it can be measured. So when the concept of one reality and it can be measured, if that is implemented, if that is used as your theory or as your philosophy, that is called as a positivism, that you are using a positivism philosophy, that there's only one theory and it can be measured. If you are using the philosophy of that there is no single reality, there are, every time it can be interpreted in a different way. There is no single reality, it can be interpreted. That means you are using the philosophy of constructivism. Like if you also say that, if you talk about whether the God is existing, everybody has a different, everybody interprets in a different way. So there is no single reality. Everybody has its own opinion. Everybody can be interpreting in a different way. So when you are using any kind of philosophy in your study is only about one specific reality, then it is called as positivism. If you are using that there is nothing like only one single reality, everything you can be interpreted, everything, and this can be especially in social sciences. In a typical social sciences research, which is based on the responses of which can changed with the changing in the situations, and it can be interpreted by everybody in a different way, then this philosophy is a constructivism or interpretivism. But when you say that reality constantly keeps on changing and renegotiating, every time there is some new reality, that it keeps on changing and negotiating, then the principle, the philosophy which you are using is called as a pragmatism philosophy. So in this, what you do in this, you choose one of the best method. You choose the best method available to solve the problem. There are so many methods, but you choose the best method. Now this example also we will try to understand with positivism, constructivism, and pragmatism. Now what is positivism? It adheres to the view that only factual knowledge gained through observation, including measurement, is trustworthy. That you gather the knowledge, if you feel that it can be measured, you measure that knowledge which you are gaining through observation, only that you can rely. No other, without measurement, you cannot rely on any statements. You have to first check, you have to first interview, survey, observe, and then you have to make some conclusion, and that conclusion you have, if you are measuring it, it has to be applicable everywhere, universal. Then that approach will be considered as positivism. The role of the researcher here is limited to data collection and interpretation. In these types of studies, research findings are usually observable and quantifiable. You can quantify it because it is all based on the observations, which is purely measurement. So positivism concept philosophy plays, you focuses on measurement. If you're not able to measure your observations, that means you cannot consider or find, conclude it as a theory. The researcher is independent from the study, and there are no provisions for human interest within the study. Typical science and related things that you cannot say that this, like if they come out with some medicine and they check and test it on various animals, and then they come out with the results and say that this can be used for this curing these diseases. So it's very clear that is, it has been based, it has been tested, and then it has been measured, and only then it can be, the conclusions can be reliable. So there is no other alternative. There is no scope of contradicting that. Positive studies usually adopt deductive approach, and positivism relates to the need of the research. If you assume a positive approach to your study, then it is your belief that you are independent of your research and your research can be purely objective. So a positivist philosophy has an independent and reliable, measurable conclusion. In other words, studies with positivist paradigm are based purely on facts and consider the world to be external and objective. It purely based on facts which can be measured, and next time also if you do, you will have the same type of results. Then interpretivism. What is that? Interpret, the word itself says that you keep on interpreting it. And to which type of discipline this interpretivism can be applied? It is generally for social sciences. Positivism generally will be for sciences, pure sciences. You'll be trying to apply the positivism approach. Interpret where human persons are involved, human interests are involved. That means every time you can interpret, every statement can be interpreted in its own way. So that's why this philosophy, it will be all the studies related to social science basically will be backed by the philosophy of interpretivism. It is also known as interpretivist theory, which involves researchers to interpret elements of the study and integrates human interest into the study. Human interest means always all possible variations are likely. Development of interpretivist philosophy is based on the critique of positivism in social sciences. This philosophy emphasizes qualitative analysis over quantitative. Their measurement, positivism means what? Measurement, quantity. And here it is quality, exactly opposite. Interpretivist approach is based on naturalistic approach of data collection, such as interviews and observations. And secondary data is also possible with interpretism. So today, in today's session, generally what I'm trying to tell you is, I'm just trying to tell you that what is a philosophy. Your study can be based on induction, your study can be based on deductive approach. If you are using both, it can be abductive approach, and there are different assumptions. Positivism, okay. The different beliefs, that is a positivism. Generally, positivism of belief which you are using is for measurement, for quantity. Wherever quantity and measurement possible, that means that philosophy is backed by positivism. Wherever quality, human, and comes, even quantity, but more proportion of quality and human interest comes, that kind of philosophy is interpretivism. Then pragmatism. It relies on the idea of independence of reality from the human mind. It is based on assumption of a scientific approach to the development of knowledge. It's very practical. Pragmatism approach means the very practical approach. You cannot have a rigid thought behavior in your mind. You combine wherever possible, you take human aspect, wherever possible, you take qualitative aspect, quantitative aspect, and then you try to come out with some new new work. So that philosophy of using quantity, quality, and both the approaches, that being more practical, that is a pragmatism approach. And realism, it again divided into two different groups, that is a direct realism and indirect realism. Direct realism will be what you see is what you get. Okay, whatever you are seeing is whatever you are perceiving. But exactly opposite will be the critical realism. It is something which is not be clearly seen. It has to be interpreted in a different way. So basically, it accepts concepts to be relevant only if they support action. Pragmatics recognize that there are different ways of interpreting the world and undertaking research, that no single point of view can ever give the entire picture, and there may be multiple realities. Pragmatism is like that only. There are so multiple realities. It's not possible that there's only one reality. So they combine positivist and interpretivist approach, both. Now, I think the last thing which I'd like to tell you about is what kind of data collection should be used for each philosophy. For positivism, positivism means what? Quantity and measurement. Okay, and there's only one reality, you have to measure it, and only then. So when you conclude that, when you say quantity, then you need to have a highly structured large samples for measurement. 5% of the work is based on quantity, but you can still use some portion of qualitative data method. Realism, methods chosen may be fit the subject matter. Either it can be quantitative or qualitative. Either of these methods you can use. Interpretivism may the data collection method will be small samples can be done with for interpretivism and in-depth investigation. You go on digging deeper and try to find out what is the human psychology. And basically it is more of qualitative research. And pragmatism will be mixed and multiple methods. So these are the different philosophies, and these are the different, I think this work madam has already covered about referencing and I think madam has already covered. So we will not be repeating that same thing again. So this was the main idea for you to understand the philosophy, and at least you should know it. Okay. And somewhere in your future, when you are trying to become and most impacted and cited person, that you should be having the understanding about what you mean by positivism, what you mean by pragmatism, what you mean by interpretivism, what is induction, deduction, abduction approach, all that. So I think with this, I'll try to end the session, and the session will now be open for question answers. If anybody wants to know anything about further about all these kind of approach,
Dear participant, do you having some question regarding Thakkar madam lecture? Dear participant, kindly convey if you have some question or regarding the Thakkar madam lecture. Dear participants, do you having some question?
Sir, I think there is no question.
Okay. I would like to conclude behalf of college and behalf of our event management company. Thanks, respected Dr. Kinnari Thakkar madam, for outstanding lecture delivered in very short time. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you. The PPT session will be start. Please wait. It is available Anjana Bhandari, Dr. Anjana Bhandari for PPT presentation technical session. Is this available?
Wagmar sir, madam is there.
I am available, sir, but PPT is not ready for today's lecture. Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you getting, sir?
Yes.
Sir, I am available, but PPT is not ready for the today's lecture. So sorry for that.
Madam,
Okay.
you can directly read your PPT, read your paper. Do not worry about your PPT. You can just read your paper directly. Introduction
Sorry
and
for
conclusion.
Sorry for today's session, sir.
No problem. No problem.
The PPT was not ready, so I am not taken my paper in hand also. It will take much time, sir.
Raparthi, Himarao Raparthi.
Yes, sir.
Please upload PPT.
Yes, sir. Already send it, sir.
No. It is your work. You have to upload your PPT.
Sir, how to upload, sir? I open, sir.
You do open your PPT, then
Yes, sir.
click on share screen button. the window will be appear. In that window, your PPT will be available. Double click on that.
Share screen.
You can directly read without PPT. Do not worry about it. You can
Okay,
read
sir.
your introduction and conclusion part.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, good morning to everyone, sir. My name is R. Hamarao. I am a PhD research scholar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, Hyderabad, Telangana, sir. My topic is an overview, Divyang employees, amenities of Indian Railways. This is my related to my thesis, sir. Introduction. At present, Rights of Person with Disabilities Act 2016, person with disability means a person with long-term physical, mental and intellectual or sensory impairment, which in interaction with barriers hinders his full and effective participation in society equal with others. According to Census 2011, there are 2.68 crore persons with disabilities in India, who constitute 2.21% of our total population. Out of population of persons with disabilities, about 1.5% crore are male and 1.18 crore female. Further, 0.8 crore lives in urban areas and 1.86 crore lives in rural areas. Sir, in the Indian Railway, at present, as per the Indian Railway Yearbook 2021, in Indian Railway, at present, 12,52,347 members of staff are working in various departments, sir. Out of which 35,570 members of Divyang employees are different categories are working, sir. So in my PhD also, I am doing person with disabilities in Indian Railways, sir. Sir, my objective study is the prime objective of the research paper are to be examining the amenities of Divyang employees provided by Indian Railway, being adhered to in compliance with the provisions of Right to Person with Disabilities Act 2016, which replaces Person with Disabilities Equal Opportunities, Protection of Rights and Full Participation Act 1995. First one, to know about the amenities of Divyang employees of Indian Railway, to understand the amenities of Divyang employees of Indian Railways, and to study the employees, to analyze the amenities of employees of Indian Railway. My significance of the studies are Indian Railways are major contributor in generating the employment of facilities for employees with person disabilities at different levels, and also it is rendering it services to the people living to the country. To render these services effectively to the utmost satisfaction of the people, the railway must be provided some amenities to the Divyang employees. This studies attempts to analyze the amenities provided by the railways. Limitations are, the present study is limited to Indian Railway, and hence the findings cannot be generalizing to the entire Divyang community, sir. Methodology, this research paper is completely based on secondary data, sir. The secondary data collected from various amenities provide establishment, railway board establishment circulars, articles, books and websites and journals, sir. Sir, my Indian Railway provided some amenities to the railway employees, sir, especially Divyang railway employees, out of which direct recruitment quota in direct recruitment, sir. Direct recruitment quota, 4% reservation is providing, sir. Out of 4%, 1% blindness and low vision, and 1% deaf and hard of hearing, and 1% locomotor disability, including cerebral palsy, leprosy cured, dwarfism, and acid attack victims, and muscular dystrophy, and 1% autism intellectual. This 1% earlier 3% direct recruitment में 3% में देता है, सर. अभी तक 2000 PW Act 2016 one more percentage added for the direct recruitment, that is autism, intellectual disability, specific learning disability, and mental illness. And also relaxing upper age limit for recruitment, person with disabilities in UR candidates में 10 years रिलैक्स करता है. PW OBC में 13 years, PW SC ST में 15 years रिलैक्स करता है. And also fees concession देता है, and exam में 2% marks qualifying देता है, sir. So PWD में while writing exam for the competition exam in Indian Railway, a scribe facility also available, sir. And some candidates में some ministerial posts में typing exam conduct करता है सर. वो typing exam में some unable to type, physically disability employees is unable to type, वो unable to type employees को typing exemption की देता है सर. Medical posting देता है सर. Of about 21 amenities, 21 privileges सर देता है सर वो इंडियन रेलवे PWD एम्प्लॉय का, आउट ऑफ विच लीव्स देता है. वो प्रमोशनल रैंक में सम प्रोविजंस देता है. चिल्ड्रन एजुकेशन में वो PWD एम्प्लॉय को चिल्ड्रन फिजिकली हैंडीकैप्ड चिल्ड्रन है वो के डबल रेट में चिल्ड्रन एजुकेशन अलाउंस देता है सर. चाइल्ड केयर वुमेन स्पेशल अलाउंस फॉर चाइल्ड केयर फॉर वुमेन विद डिसेबिलिटीज देता है सर. स्पेशल कैजुअल लीव देता है सर. नॉर्मल एम्प्लॉय को 8 days कैजुअल लीव देता है और फिजिकली डिसेबल्ड एम्प्लॉयज को 4 days देता है सर. आउट ऑफ ऑल दीज अमेनिटीज I some income tax exemption देता है. Some suggestions I made, some suggestions after inquiry. So in government में physically handicapped employees को some privileges देता है sir, but whether in coming to the practical manner, when coming to the practice, the implementation part is very lesser. While conducting some interviews to the Divyang employees, they continuously said that those they are same government provided provisions to the government employee while implementing the part came into implementation part. So implementation is very low.
Kindly jump on your conclusion. Time is
Yes,
over.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So my suggestion is special programs are needed to encourage the Divyang employees equal to the other employees, sir. And pre-promotional training is necessary to guard promotional benefits to the Divyang employees. And strong instructions are necessary for posting and transfer of Divyang employees. For implementation of provisions, strict guidelines are highly essential. Though government is genuine reason to provide for the betterment of the Divyang employees' life, but the implementation part is very less. The implementation is not necessary. The crux of the opinion of the government is very low, sir. Hence, in spite of the number of provisions are provided for the Divyang employees by the Indian Railway, implementation part is very low because of those Divyang Railways is unable to utilize those provisions provided by the Indian Railway, sir. So then I concluded my topic, sir. Thank you for your giving the opportunity, sir.
Thank you for your PPT presentation.
Thank you.
Next presenter is Professor Dr. Suhas Pathak. Is this available? Professor Suhas Pathak. Amalpure Vishnukant Vishwanath Amalpure. Dr. Sridhar Aryan. Mr. Ambaresh.
Yes, sir, I am present here.
Yes, please continue your PPT.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Are you uploading PPT or orally?
Yes, yes, sir. It is visible, sir, now?
Yeah, it is being visible. Yeah.
Thank you.
From first slide.
Yes, yes.
Please continue.
Okay. Good morning, one another who are present in the online product forum. So, open access repository of publication, open access lab overview. So, myself, Dr. Sridhar, Senior Librarian, Christ Academy, Bangalore. So, today, most of the time, when you going to the research, we need more literature, the basic things. So, sometimes we get it into physical platform, some of the oral online platform. Sir, it is visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Please continue.
Okay. So look up that sometimes we're getting to the literature, physical libraries, like when you that organization or institution or any special resource oriented organizations. And open access, that open access now it is very, very important for that even the professionals, even research scholars, even students, everyone. So in fingerprints, where we get it, the exact information you give to the keyword at the time, we'll get it as particular information. And e-resources, I think all of the knows the but e-resources, which is the be downloadable in downloadable and access in the online platform, that means e-resources. I think everyone aware about that. And this OLM, open access library, is platform that index extraordinary, that is A to Z. And this repository helpful for even that libraries and the educational institute to the repository to the website will get it all that full text. I'm talking about full text journal. It is helpful. So this open access library, there are two kind of things. One is which is the published documents in a OA library, so that we can access from that repository. The second thing, which is the author or researcher published for the platform. When we are accessing that resources, we'll get it free of cost. When we upload and that OLE book repository, it is what in all overall worldwide, it is different what I mean indexing databases relevant to that consortia access, so that it is open access live index, green OA disciplinary, and repositories open access goal. So this is the main website for open access library. Just I will upload into the website. Wait a minute, it is loading.
Sir, you do not go the practical. Whatever the you have been given the article, PPT should be very small, 5 minutes
Yes, sir.
to 10 minutes
Yes, sir.
only.
Yes, yes. Yeah. It is usable screen, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is actually my what I mean research article total. It is that how we will access to the access. Just here, what we have what that open access library, it is what I mean publisher wise, journal wise, or ranking wise, that is resources is there. This is the publisher wise, A to Z, it is coming list. So it is all those things is the full text. Who are that doing literature reviews are either researcher or professionals, they can access this through the online. So, and second thing,
Okay.
journals. The journals is full text. This one also indexed A to Z, different databases, IEEE transaction, even the library American. So those things is the full text. For example, I will open only one journal. Here we can search either title wise, I mean search filter, we can search it either keyword and all. Yeah, this one publication ranking, which is the familiar with the full text. So listed, it is helpful for even though libraries. How it is helpful means, once that archiving that OLE open access library to their website, the user, particularly user group, either students or researcher or faculties, then access easy to their academics. So this is a thing. I will back to my PPT.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Wait, it is sharing.
Sir, your time is very limited.
Yeah, I will finish also.
Conclusion directly. Jump on conclusion. Dr. Anjana Bhandari.
Sir, it is visible?
Yes.
Screen is visible?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. If you give a chance, I can read my paper.
Anjana Bhandari, after this, you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Sir, finally, this study
Please
is
come
useful
back.
for libraries adding to the e-resources, access to their website. OA Library is looking to partnership the publisher, librarians, the author all across the world. So it is helpful for all the researchers and who are ready to doing that, even though academic related, even personal research, it is helpful for this repository helpful for access to the e-resources. I will conclude this. So thank you, give an opportunity to present here. Thank you,
Thank you,
Anandrao.
sir. Thank you. Bhandari madam, please continue. Remove your PPT.
Sure, sir.
Bhandari madam. Is this available,
Yes,
Bhandari? Please upload your PPT.
Yes. I will only read my paper, sir, because of PPT is not getting
No
ready.
problem. You can directly orally
The
presentation.
topic is the current development in the field of information science and the challenges to the library. The abstract, the world is becoming the global village at fast pace due to the development of science and technology. The libraries are redefining their image from the basic role of library as a primary provider to the information to transfer the library into the institution of creativity and productivity with the reference to information provision. As a result, almost every function carried out in the library has been already and customized due to the great extension, keeping in the view of challenge, a library goes through new challenges and tests. To overcome by these new challenges, library needs various current tools and development purpose. Introduction. In ancient days, the libraries are very considered as the storehouse of the books and other reading materials, whereas the librarian were considered as the custodian. Due to the rapid advancement in the electronic information technology, the new means of communication have already the information is handled, stored, and disseminated. This advancement in the electronic information technology have transferred libraries from mere states storehouse of document to the dynamic powerhouse of information, serving all professional and non-professional in utilizing useful and need-based collection of documents. The need of current development is because of the today's library face and of urban change, the source of which are varied. With some efforts, librarians learn to cope up with the problem. Unless of this, it will not be possible to survive in today's business environment. Almost all the greater challenges is to cope up with the high-speed challenge subject to frequent directions. As the information change, the expectations of information user have stored and to meet the information with need and expectations of users to become necessary for the library to adapt current trends in the management. In this, the role of library profession is very important. The role of the profession in current development of libraries. Information technology is the whole world creating new challenges and opportunities. Library professionals have to face many complex changes, makes use of technology, opportunity, and respond to the challenges. Library professionals need vision for modern professional skill and technology in next century. This in the development of library advancement. Those are document delivery services, electronic information services, in that the types of electronic sorry the type of electronic information services are just like library catalogs, e-books, database, news sources, content pages, internet
Directly
based
jump on. Time is
education.
over. Directly jump on conclusion.
Okay, sir. The conclusion is that the current development in the library are both opportunity and challenges for today's librarian. Librarians are become key player in the process of economic reconstruction and
Hello. Hello. I think so. Connectivity of internet. Dr. Anjana Bhandari is lost. Anjana Bhandari, madam. Anjana Bhandari, madam.
Next.
Okay. The next participant is Bina P. Bina P. Raju RK. Suresh Santani. Is this available? PPT. Suresh Santani.
Sir, can I present? I'm Dr. Satnam Singh Sohal. I'm
Sir,
ready
please
with my
continue.
PPT.
Please
Huh?
continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Kindly upload your PPT or oral
Yeah,
presentation.
No, it's PPT. Sir.
Available
I will
PPT.
yeah. I will share my screen.
Okay.
Sir, good afternoon. This is Dr. Santani, sir.
Santani, sir, after the Singh, sir.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Thank you.
So can you see the PPT, no?
Visible.
Okay.
Singh, sir, please continue.
Yes. First of all, I'm very much thankful to the management and organizing committee of this international conference for providing us the opportunity to present our research work. So my main research field work is aerobiology, where we study the pollen grains present in the air, atmosphere, as well as the fungal spores. So as we know, the fungi, which are non-vascular cryptogams, and they survive on diverse types of nutrition, saprophytic as well as parasitic. So the topic of my research work is fungal spore content, the atmosphere of the cave of Baja Caves, zone of lava. I'm sorry, the cave word has been repeated. There is a mistake. So introduction. The study of the behavior of the airborne fungi in caves is of interest because many caves contain Paleolithic paintings that should be protected from the fungal outbreak. As now we have not observed any Paleolithic paintings in the Baja caves, but still we are doing lot of study different types of caves in the India. So they are the prime source of infection also inside the caves, and for the large number of insects and mainly the birds, especially the bats, which are the main inhabitants of the caves. So the bats they get lot many of disease from the paintings are the another thing which can be harmed by these fungal spores as well as the fungal colonies. Fungal spore represents a potential risk to the conservation of the cultural heritage since in favorable cave environmental conditions, high relative humidity, stable temperature, and the nutrient inputs, etc. Nutrient input especially comes when the visitors or the tourists they come inside the cave. They brought out many of organic material in the form of the food particles, so that can be the source of nutrition for the fungal growth. Intramural environment of caves contains variety of biocomponents. Example, microorganisms, including the bacteria, fungal mycelia and spores, which may cause harm to the environmental of the caves and even to the health of the visitors, especially the tourists, including most commonly dwelling bats. Microbial contaminants limit secondary metabolites. So not only the spores, these fungal colonies, they also release certain types of mycotoxins and the toxins and the different types of enzymes that may trigger allergy and adversely affect the human. The presence of microorganisms and disease bacteria can both result in change to the microclimatic conditions of the cave. So not only this, the visitors they also alter the because of the visits, they also alter the internal environment of the caves. The visitors can also be the source of organic matter. So in the form of the food, or the children if they visit it, so they bring the organic matter at the caves and they drop it, and that becomes the source of nutrition for the family, which can promote growth of microbes and fungal mycelium. The study area which we took was Bhaja Cave, which is situated in the Lonavala in the Maharashtra state. So these are the Buddhist caves, very large caves which are divided into prayer hall and 18 different number of caves are there. And this was our study area. So the methodology which we have selected was patrick culture method for the fungal growth, and the media that we used was rose Bengal streptomycin. Yeah. So here you can see what are the content of the media: rose Bengal diet and peptide agar, glucose. So the normal nutrition which are required for the fungal growth are included in this medium. So 3 exposures were done in a day at 8, 12, and 16 hours, once in a month for 1 year. Fungal identification, the fungal colony is a fungal spore we have identified from the reference slides, and by preparing the slides from the hyphae, conidia, sporangia, and the colonies, according to commonly accepted methods used by the laboratories, even from Agarkar Research Institute that is situated in the Pune. So using the diagnostic keys and the standard reference, we have identified the fungal spores and the colonies. So results, if you see, total 22 species of fungi we have recorded during the 1 year of study from number 18 to 19 in the indoor environment of Bhaja caves in the Lonavala. So here you can see the maximum colonies which were developed during the month of Jan. It started from December, Jan, Feb, March, and April. And even in the months of June, July, August, we have seen the large number of colonies which were developed on the petric plates. So these are some of the fungal species which we have identified from the intramural environment of the caves: Epsidia, Epimonium. So Alternaria alternatum, Aspergillus nigrulans, Chitomium, and the highest was Cladosporium herbaceum. The highest species which was observed was Cladosporium herbaceum. In the present study discussion, in the present study, 19 fungal spore types with total of 22 species were recorded. Rhizopus, Cladosporium, Aspergillus. These were the species which are shown the highest percentage. So most fungal colonies were reported in the month of June to August, and with increasing humidity during the rainy seasons. Thank you very much, sir. Any questions, sir?
Please continue.
Yes, sir. I finished my presentation.
Is this Mr. Dr. Suresh Santani, Law College?
Yes. Yes, sir. Good afternoon,
Please
sir.
continue. Please continue. Upload your PPT.
Yes, sir. I'm not able to upload my PPT. I will go with my papers, sir. Sir, can I go without PPT?
Are you able to upload?
No, sir. I am not ready with PPT. I will go with the papers.
Can you orally presentation of your PPT?
Yes. I want to do, sir.
Please continue. Please continue.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. Today I'm going to talk about the Uniform Civil Code, whether it is necessary or desirable. So, being a student of law, I'm just going to put in the important point on the Uniform Civil Code. It's a burning issue of today's legal system. India is now one of the home of the country which is having all principal religions of the world like Hinduism, Islam, Sikkim, Buddhism, Jainism, Brahmins, and everything. Almost all the religions are there in India. And even the last 7 decades after the independence, Indian society is transformed drastically, and many customs, new practices has been involved and received acceptance of the people, which could never been thought of. For example, the rights and recognition of LGBTQ community, the recognition of live-in relationship, recognition of surrogacy, recognition of adoption by the single parent, and all. These are few important topics which received recognition in the due course after independence. So it is showing that Indian system is growing with the time, and the court is also trying to adopt the civil procedure code, but the court is not able to do so because judiciary is having its limitation. So ultimately, Parliament has to step in and take initiation for the process of enacting uniform civil code by appointing the committees and taking the required steps, suggestion from the Law Commission. So I have also covered about the need of the uniform civil code. It is required because in the modern Indian society, which is gradually becoming homogeneous, the traditional barriers of religions, community, and the caste are slowing disappearing. The youth of the India belonging to various communities, tribes, castes, religions, who have solemnized their marriage ought not to be forced to struggle with the issues arising out of the conflict of various personal laws, especially with the religious, marriage, divorce, and all. So it is required to have the settled uniform principles for governing the youth of the country. When the Baba Saheb Ambedkar was putting his view on this point during the Constitutional Assembly, Mr. Hussain Imam put a question about the Uniform Civil Code, whether it is possible and desirable to have Uniform Civil Code. In reply to that, Dr. B.R. Ambedkarji put the explanation saying that in the country, in India, we already have Uniform Civil Code of laws which almost cover every human being relationship. He gave the example of Indian Penal Code 1860. He gave the example of Criminal Procedure Code 1882, also the Transfer of Property Act 1882, and lots of similar laws which were already in the existence while framing of the Constitution. So Ambedkarji emphasized that it is only the already we have the Uniform Civil Code in respect of other, except marriage, succession, divorce, these issues. So only these issues are supposed to be governed with the Uniform Civil Code. There are n number of arguments opposing the Uniform Civil Code. For example, it is considered an interference by majority on the personal laws of the minority. Someone is saying that this can be the cause of social unrest and move against the secularism. Even someone is pointing out that politically motivated topic, it is a politically motivated topic to segregate communities. So these are some opinion in against the Uniform Civil Code. I have also covered few opinion in the favor of Uniform Civil Code. For example, it is required because diverse religions from the personal law to have the concrete social relationship. It is also required for uniformity in the system and all. So there are both the sides of the coin. I want to focus on the Hindu Family Code and Uniform Civil Code. In the country, already we have Hindu Civil Code. For example, Hindu Marriage Act 1955, Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act 1956, Hindu Succession Act 1956, Hindu Minority and Guardianship Act 1956. These laws are indicating that we already have in India the Hindu Family Code, which is Uniform Civil Code for Hindus, but we do not have the Uniform Civil Code of those communities which are not Hindus technically. So for almost more than 70% of population of India, we have the Hindu Family Code, which is a form of Uniform Civil Code. Still, it is a problem for remaining 30% population of the country. So I will just like to, I have in my paper, I have also covered various views of judiciary, time to time judiciary is also focused on the requirement need of having uniform civil code, which is given under Article 44 of Indian Constitution. I have covered a number of cases in my paper. I will not go on that, but I will come to the conclusion on this point, saying that in pursuance of constitutional scheme of India, the state, the government must stop administering religion-based personal law. One more important aspect which was argued by counsel in the very famous case of Sarna Mugdal case, that personal laws owes its existence as a law not to any religion but to legislatures, and willingness of the court and the government to enforce the personal law. I would like to conclude with the fact that even the personal laws were permitted by the Britishes. When the British government was there in the India, the Britishes also permitted personal laws like inheritance, marriage, divorce only under a regulation of 1781 framed by the Warner Hastings. So during the British colonial region also, personal laws were allowed under the law. So on the same footing today also we can have the regulation of the country under the Uniform Civil Code. So it is a need of the today. I will end my views with this point. Thank you, sir. Wagmare, sir.
Do you have finished your presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, I have finished.
The
Thank you,
next presenter is this available? Ashwini Patil. Is this available? Ashwini Patil, Dr. Raj Bahadur Moria. Dr. Dr. Raj Bahadur Moria, please continue your PPT presentation. Are you uploading your PPT?
नहीं सर, पेपर पढ़ेंगे.
Are you from Hyderabad?
नहीं सर, झांसी, उत्तर प्रदेश.
Please continue.
और देशभक्त आनंदराव बलवंतराव नाइक आर्ट एंड साइंस कॉलेज सिंगली महाराष्ट्र द्वारा ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पर आयोजित इस एक दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार में मैं डॉक्टर राज बहादुर मौर्य, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर बुंदेलखंड कॉलेज झांसी, उत्तर प्रदेश, आपके इस सेमिनार में राष्ट्र, राष्ट्रीयता और राष्ट्रवाद की अवधारणा तथा उसका भारतीय परिप्रेक्ष्य विषय पर अपना शोध पत्र प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूं। मैं सेमिनार के आयोजकों की पूरी समर्पित टीम के साथ विशेष रूप से किशोर मानिकराव बागमोदी जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार में मुझे भी भाग लेने का अवसर प्रदान किया और इस समय समय पर वो ये अवसर हम लोगों को प्रदान करते रहते, इसलिए उनको अतिरिक्त रूप से मैं विशेष तौर से धन्यवाद देता हूं। समकालीन दौर में राष्ट्र, राष्ट्रीयता और राष्ट्रवाद की अवधारणा चर्चा के केंद्र बिंदु में है। मैं संक्षेप में अपने पेपर को आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करूंगा और आपकी जो समय सीमा है उसका मैं ध्यान रखूंगा। अपनी निवास भूमि, भाषा एवं परंपरा के प्रति निष्ठा और समर्पण मनुष्य की सहज प्रवृत्ति है। नई सामाजिक, आर्थिक, सांस्कृतिक और राजनीतिक परिस्थितियों ने इस अनुराग भावना तथा उससे संबद्ध चेतना का विस्तार किया है। कालांतर में रूपांतरण की प्रक्रिया के अवलंबन से इसे राष्ट्रीयता के रूप में एक नई दार्शनिक अभिव्यक्ति प्राप्त हुई। परवर्ती काल में यही चेतना राष्ट्र, राष्ट्रीयता और राष्ट्र राज्य की संकल्पना का आधार बनी। राष्ट्रवाद राष्ट्र के प्रति सर्वोच्च समर्पण और भक्ति की भावना है। वो राष्ट्र के अतिरिक्त किसी अन्य संगठन की सार्वभौमिकता को स्वीकृति नहीं देता। राष्ट्रवाद स्वतंत्रता की भावना को भी उद्दीप्त करता है। राष्ट्रवाद की मूल चेतना सामूहिकता की है। यह इतिहास की सबसे बलवती भावना है। यद्यपि इसे समय समय पर प्रश्नांकित भी किया गया है, बावजूद इसके यह आज भी जीवट के साथ जिंदा है और समकालीन समय में चर्चा के केंद्र बिंदु में है। दुनिया के कई देशों में विविध प्रकार के राष्ट्रवादी और प्रजातीय रुझान उभरते हुए देखे जा सकते हैं। ऐसी परिस्थिति में राष्ट्र, राष्ट्रिकता और राष्ट्रवाद पर विमर्श अत्यंत सामयिक और समीचीन है। इसमें स्वीकार और परित्याग, संघर्ष और सहकार, सृजन और विखंडन के आख्यान भी समाहित हैं। इस भावना की तार्किक परिणति के रूप में राष्ट्र राज्यों का अस्तित्व कायम हुआ है। राष्ट्रीयता की चेतना ने उदारवादी प्रवृत्तियों को भी प्रोत्साहन प्रदान किया है। उदारवाद ने राज्य के हस्तक्षेप को सार्वजनिक हित के लिए आवश्यक बताकर राष्ट्रवाद के उदय की परिस्थिति को अनुकूलता प्रदान की है। औद्योगिक क्रांति के फलस्वरूप उपजे ज्ञानोदय ने उसे एक सुदृढ़ सैद्धांतिक आधार प्रदान किया है। समकालीन दौर में हम आधुनिक राज्य को साधारणतः राष्ट्र राज्य के रूप में पहचानते हैं। कभी कभी राष्ट्र और राज्य को एक दूसरे का पर्यायवाची भी मान लिया जाता है। राज्य की सीमाओं को राष्ट्रीय सीमाएं कहा जाता है, राज्य के हित को राष्ट्रहित कहा जाता है और विभिन्न राज्यों के परस्पर संबंधों को अंतरराष्ट्रीय संबंध कहा जाता है। राष्ट्र राज्य में वहां के सभी निवासी आ जाते हैं, चाहे वे किसी भी जाति, धर्म, भाषा या संस्कृति इत्यादि से ताल्लुक रखते हों, परंतु राष्ट्र और राज्य अलग अलग संकल्पनाएं हैं। राष्ट्र उन लोगों के समूह को कहा जाता है जो स्थायी रूप से एक निर्दिष्ट भूभाग में रहते हैं और सामान्य राजनीतिक आकांक्षाओं, सामान्य हितों, सामान्य इतिहास और सामान्य नियति की चेतना के कारण एकता के सूत्र में बंधे रहते हैं। एरिक हॉब्सबॉम ने अपनी पुस्तक में लिखा है कि राष्ट्र किसी राज्य के नागरिकों का वो समुदाय है जो एक ही शासन व्यवस्था के अधीन रहता है। इनके हित साझे होते हैं। एक ही भूमि अथवा भूसीमा में रहने वाले इस समूह की सामान्य अभिलाषाएं, परंपराएं और इच्छाएं होती हैं। जिस केंद्रीय शक्ति के अधीन ये रहता है, उसी की यह जिम्मेदारी होती है कि वो राज्य की लोगों की एकता बनाए रखे। राष्ट्र एक भावनात्मक निमित्ति है जिसका निर्णय लोग करते हैं। यह एक आत्मिक सिद्धांत है जो धरती के टुकड़े अथवा आकार पर निर्भर नहीं करता। यह इतिहास की गंभीर दशाओं और उनकी जटिलताओं में पैदा होता है। राष्ट्र की परिभाषा आत्मिक चेतना से देते हुए इसके अंतर्वस्तु की ओर प्रेरणान संकेत करते हैं। राष्ट्र एक आत्मा, एक आत्मिक दर्शन है। दो चीजें जो वास्तव में एक हैं इस दर्शन को गढ़ती हैं। इनमें से एक अतीत से जुड़ी है जबकि दूसरी का संबंध वर्तमान से है। एक साझी स्मृतियों के संरक्षण तथा दूसरी वर्तमान में सहजीवन की सहमति से संबद्ध है। इसमें अविभाजित और अखंड रूप से प्राप्त विरासत के मूल्यों की निरंतरता की तीव्र चेतना सन्निहित होती है। मनुष्य की तरह ही राष्ट्र का निर्माण भी दीर्घकालीन अतीत में किए गए प्रयासों, बलिदानों और समर्पण की परिणति से होता है। अतीत का वीरतापूर्ण और गौरवशाली स्मरण सामाजिक पूंजी का कार्य करता है जिसकी भित्ति पर राष्ट्रवादी चेतना की निमित्त की परियोजना रखी जाती है। स्पार्टा का गीत हम हैं वही जो थे तुम, बनेंगे वही जो हो तुम, प्रत्येक राष्ट्रीयता की भावना का द्योतन करता है। रेनान ने कहा था, राष्ट्र एक बृहद संघबद्धता है जो उन बलिदानों को याद करते हुए अस्तित्व ग्रहण करता है जो किसी समूह ने अतीत में दिए हैं और भविष्य में उन्हें देने के लिए प्रस्तुत है। राष्ट्रीयता प्रायः ऐसे लोगों के समूह को कहा जाता है जो एक प्रजाति, भाषा, धर्म, संस्कृति, भौगोलिक सघनता इत्यादि के कारण निकट से जुड़े रहते हैं। इस प्रकार ये एक विस्तृत शोध पत्र है। मैं अंत में एक संक्षेप में भारतीय राष्ट्रवाद पर प्रकाश डालकर अपने समय का सदुपयोग कर लूंगा। भारतीय राष्ट्र और राष्ट्रवाद उपनिवेशवाद विरोधी भावना की देन। इसमें भौगोलिक, सेकुलर, धार्मिक, भू क्षेत्रीय और तीसरी दुनिया में उभरे राष्ट्रवाद के आयाम समाहित हैं। अपने दक्षिण एशियाई पड़ोसियों बांग्लादेश, भूटान, नेपाल, पाकिस्तान और श्रीलंका के विपरीत भारतीय राष्ट्रवाद की विशेषता ये है कि उसके तहत भारतीय राज्य ने किसी एक धर्म को अपना राजकीय धर्म घोषित करने से परहेज किया है। 4 देशों का राष्ट्रवाद एक ही धर्म के साथ एक राजभाषा को मान्यता देता है, जबकि भारत ने अपनी 24 भाषाओं को राजभाषा की मान्यता देकर अपने राष्ट्रवाद को बहुधार्मिक और बहुभाषी स्वरूप प्रदान किया है। भारतीय राष्ट्र की दूसरी विशेषता है सांस्कृतिक रूप से विशिष्ट इकाइयों की परस्पर निर्भर राजनीतिक आर्थिक एकता, जिसका नतीजा संघात्मक बंदोबस्त में निकला है। इसकी तीसरी विशेषता है व्यक्ति और नागरिकता के समीकरण को अपनाते हुए भी उसके परे जाकर एक संप्रभु राज्य के भीतर सामुदायिक अधिकारों का प्राविधान। इस तरह भारतीय राष्ट्रवाद राजनीतिक संघवाद और सांस्कृतिक बहुलता के साथ एक गारंटी देता है। मैं निष्कर्ष रूप में ये कह सकता हूं कि राष्ट्रवाद एक भावना का संकेत देता है और उससे जुड़ी एक विचारधारा भी व्यक्त करता है। एक भावना के रूप में ये अपने राष्ट्र के प्रति व्यक्ति के अनुराग या लगाव को व्यक्त करता है। इस अर्थ में राष्ट्रवादी वो है जो राष्ट्र हित को अन्य सब हितों से ऊंचा स्थान देता है। एक विचारधारा के रूप में राष्ट्रवाद ये मांग करता है कि राज्य का ढांचा और राजनीतिक संगठन राष्ट्रत्व की नींव पर खड़ा होना चाहिए और प्रत्येक राज्य को किसी स्वाधीन राष्ट्र का प्रतिनिधित्व करना चाहिए। यदि किसी समुदाय के सदस्य अपने आप को एक राष्ट्र के रूप में मान्यता देते हैं तो वे अपनी राष्ट्रीय भावना को सुदृढ़ करने के लिए राष्ट्रत्व के कुछ तत्वों का सृजन कर सकते हैं। वे अपनी राष्ट्रभाषा विकसित कर सकते हैं, राष्ट्रीय वेशभूषा, राष्ट्र ध्वज और राष्ट्रगान अपना सकते हैं, राष्ट्रीय पुष्प, राष्ट्रीय फल तथा राष्ट्रीय पक्षी के नाम की घोषणा कर सकते हैं, राष्ट्रीय गौरव के प्रतीक चुन सकते हैं, उन राष्ट्र नायकों का स्मारक बनवा सकते हैं जिनके आगे सारा राष्ट्र नतमस्तक होता है। और अंततः राष्ट्रवाद के पश्चिमी संस्करण में विखंडन के बीच भी अंतर्निहित है, जबकि उसका प्राच्य संस्करण सांस्कृतिक परंपरा के साझेपन और समावेशी चेतना पर आधारित है। उदारवादी और जनतांत्रिक चेतना से संपन्न भारतीय राष्ट्रवाद के संविधान सम्मत राजनीतिक रूप के कारण ही उसकी बहुसांस्कृतिकता, बहुजातीयता और बहुभाषिकता ने धीरे धीरे पृथकतावाद के कई झटकों के बाद एक अनूठी भारतीय राष्ट्रीयता के तहत सह अस्तित्व का जीवन गुजारना सीख लिया है। राष्ट्र निर्माण की किसी भी परियोजना में भारत की लंबी ऐतिहासिक विकास यात्रा में पुष्पित और पल्लवित बहुजातीय बहुसांस्कृतिक राष्ट्रीयता का महत्व असंदिग्ध है। धन्यवाद और जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Nice presentation. The next presenter is Mahesh Solanki. Is this available? Mahesh Solanki?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, I'm present.
Upload your PPT.
Myself, Mahesh Kalubai Solanki, PhD Research Scholar, Library and Information Science, Sri Govind Guru University, Godhra. A paper title, Importance of Social Media Library Service Study. Introduction. Only for paper read. In the 21st century, social media is a computer-based collection of tools, is a platform where people can build social media relation among people who share their interest, activities, personal matters. It is they say their information the different from namely text, photos, audio, video, etc. In other words, social media are the collective term for the online tool and services such as blogs, wikis, social network sites, photos and video sharing, communication, social bookmarking, product discussion, RSS feeds, virtual word, presentation sharing, and allowed our two social network site to now available world due to popularity of the social media. Library professional can keep aside from the use of the social media in the LIS domain. It is a great challenge for the librarian to attend the remote user who are the using social media like social news, social bookmarking, social networking, Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, social photo and video sharing, YouTube, Flickr and Wiki. See table 1 or and who are visiting the library physically. So many library of India and around the world are given facility to their user the social media thoughts libraries website. Conclusion. Social media has been used by the library all over the world as a communication tool reach out library user and provide them the information at their time and space. This study has introduced the concept of social media, has explored libraries apply social media and the discussion the most relevant social media platform that library use. In fact, managing libraries, the social media platform, the more the difficult in the nobody is interested something relevant library need to create the content user platform the connect platform you social media should allow the control tool provide the primary means the being librarian their user close closer thoughts. Thank you, sir. My paper complete.
PPT have been done?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. The next presenter is Bina Parmila. Is this available, Bina? Is this available, Bina? Hariharan? Nimbore Varsha? Nimbore Varsha?
Sir, Nimbore, she is there.
She is not responding, na?
Yeah.
Puneet Naik? Is this available, Puneet Naik? Shobha Arun Tiwari?
Yes, sir.
Shobha Arun Tiwari, please continue your PPT.
सर पेपर रीड कर दूं क्या पीडीएफ है मेरे पास एक सेकंड शेयर करती हूँ
You can directly orally read.
ओके सर शोभा तिवारी मेरा नाम है पीएचडी स्कॉलर डॉक्टर सीवी रमन यूनिवर्सिटी करगी रोड कोटा बिलासपुर छत्तीसगढ़ टॉपिक है विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन के प्रति गृह वातावरण के प्रभाव का अध्ययन अध्ययन का औचित्य प्रस्तुत अध्ययन में माध्यमिक विद्यालयों में अध्ययनरत विद्यार्थियों की शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन पर गृह वातावरण एवं सामाजिक वातावरण के प्रभाव का अध्ययन किया जा रहा है जहां परिवार बच्चे की पहली पाठशाला होती है वहीं मां बच्चों की प्रथम शिक्षिका होती है यदि परिवार के सदस्य शिक्षित सभ्य एवं सुसंस्कृत होते हैं तो बच्चे पर संस्कार भी अच्छे पड़ते हैं जो बच्चे के पूरे जीवन को प्रभावित करते हैं अनपढ़ परिवार के बच्चे ऐसे संस्कारों से वंचित रह जाते हैं क्योंकि ऐसे परिवार के सदस्य निरक्षर गंवार एवं स्वास्थ्य के नियमों से अनभिज्ञ होते हैं परिणाम स्वरूप बच्चे के सामाजिक तौर तरीकों से वंचित रह जाते हैं छात्रों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन एवं बौद्धिक क्षमता पर उनका पूरा भविष्य निर्भर है प्रत्येक विद्यालय इन उद्देश्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए अनेक कार्य करते हैं इन कार्यों में पठन पाठन के अतिरिक्त विभिन्न भाषाओं और सुसंस्कृतियों का सम्मान एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महत्व की भाषाओं का ज्ञान मुख्य है विद्यालय इन कार्यों को तब तक पूरा नहीं कर सकते जब तक इसके लिए परिवार एवं समाज अपना सहयोग प्रदान नहीं करेंगे शैक्षणिक विकास की दृष्टि से आधुनिक युग की आवश्यकता के अनुसार बच्चों की शिक्षा में परिवार एवं समाज का क्या योगदान है क्या सभी परिवार अपने बच्चों की शिक्षा पर यथोचित सहयोग देने में सफल हैं परिवार की शैक्षणिक योग्यता का प्रभाव छात्रों के शैक्षणिक विकास पर पड़ता है इन्हीं समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए इस शोध की आवश्यकता महसूस की गई शोध का उद्देश्य उच्च व औसत गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन का अध्ययन करना उच्च व निम्न गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन का अध्ययन करना औसत व निम्न वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन का अध्ययन करना परिकल्पना उच्च व औसत गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन में सार्थक अंतर नहीं पाया जाएगा उच्च व निम्न गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन में सार्थक अंतर नहीं पाया जाएगा औसत व निम्न वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक
प्रदर्शन में सार्थक अंतर नहीं पाया जाएगा। अनुसंधान की विधि। प्रस्तुत शोध अध्ययन के अंतर्गत शोधकर्ता ने विवरणात्मक अनुसंधान विधि का प्रयोग किया है, जिसमें सर्वेक्षण विधि के माध्यम से प्रश्नावली साक्षात्कार भरकर तथ्यों का संकलन किया गया। अनुसंधान उपकरण। प्रस्तुत शोध उपकरण के रूप में डॉक्टर के.एस. मिश्र द्वारा निर्मित गृह वातावरण अनुसूची एवं शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन हेतु स्वनिर्मित उपकरण का उपयोग किया गया है। न्यायाधीश चयन विधि। न्यायाधीश प्रस्तुत शोध अध्ययन के अंतर्गत शोधकर्ता ने समस्या के न्यायाधीश चुनाव हेतु यादृच्छिक नमूना तकनीक के आधार पर चयनित 4 माध्यमिक विद्यालयों में से प्रत्येक विद्यालय से 50-50 छात्रों अर्थात कुल 200 उत्तरदाताओं के रूप में चयन किया। प्रयुक्त चर, स्वतंत्र चर गृह वातावरण, आश्रित चर माध्यमिक स्तर के बच्चे एवं शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन। सांख्यिकी विधि के अंतर्गत मध्यमान, मानक विचलन एवं टी परीक्षण आदि सांख्यिकी विधियों का प्रयोग किया गया है। आंकड़ों का विश्लेषण। पहली परिकल्पना की गई थी कि उच्च और औसत गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन में सार्थक अंतर नहीं पाया जाएगा। इस संबंध में जब दोनों की संख्या है 62 उच्च गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थी हैं और औसत 82 औसत गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थी, इनका मध्यमान आया 16.65 और दूसरे का आया है 14.98, SD 3.73, 3.28, SED 0.597, T वैल्यू 2.79, DF 142 पर सार्थकता स्तर पे परिकल्पना अस्वीकृत होती है, जिससे ये निष्कर्ष निकलता है कि उच्च व औसत गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन में सार्थक अंतर पाया गया। दूसरी परिकल्पना, उच्च व निम्न गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन में सार्थक अंतर नहीं पाया जाएगा। उच्च गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के N है 62 और निम्न गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों का N 56 है। M मध्यमान आया 16.65, 12.12, SD 3.73 और 3.30, SED 0.64, T वैल्यू 6.99, DF 116 पर परिणाम निकला कि परिकल्पना अस्वीकृत होती है, अर्थात उच्च व निम्न गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन में सार्थक अंतर पाया गया। तीसरी परिकल्पना थी औसत व निम्न गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन में सार्थक अंतर नहीं पाया जाएगा। औसत गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन N है 82, निम्न गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन N 56, M 14.98, 12.12, SD 3.28 और 3.30, SED 0.57, T वैल्यू 5.01, DF 136 पर परिकल्पना अस्वीकृत हुई, अर्थात उच्च, औसत और निम्न गृह वातावरण वाले विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन में सार्थक अंतर पाया गया। सुझाव है कि हम बालक का शारीरिक विकास, सामाजिक व्यवहारिक मूल्यों और शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन, बौद्धिक विकास, आर्थिक स्तर, समायोजन क्षमता को ज्ञात करते हैं तो पाते हैं कि बालक सबसे ज्यादा अपने माता पिता से प्रभावित होता है। बालक के विकास में माता पिता की भूमिका अहम होती है, क्योंकि घर ही उसकी प्रथम पाठशाला है। अभिभावकों को बालकों के संवेगों का प्रभाव पड़ता है, यह प्रभाव उसकी बुद्धि तथा सीखने की क्षमता पर पड़ता है। अतः माता पिता को अपने बच्चों की गतिविधियों एवं शिक्षा दीक्षा पर विशेष ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। निष्कर्ष उपसंहार है कि बालक परिवार के व्यवहार, आचार, विचार, नैतिकता आदि अपने परिवार की मान्यताओं के अनुसार निर्मित एवं विकसित करता है। शिक्षा का उद्देश्य बालक का सर्वांगीण विकास करना है, परंतु इसमें गृह वातावरण की भूमिका मुख्य है। विद्यार्थियों के शैक्षणिक प्रदर्शन सबसे अधिक उसके गृह वातावरण से प्रभावित होता है। अतः अभिभावकों का कर्तव्य है कि वे घर में बालकों के लिए ऐसे वातावरण का निर्माण करें कि बच्चों का सर्वांगीण विकास हो सके। अभिभावकों को चाहिए कि वे अपने संतान, चाहे वो लड़का हो या लड़की, दोनों को शिक्षा के समान अवसर उपलब्ध कराएं। अभिभावकों को अपने संतान को सुरक्षित, विश्वस्त एवं सहयोगी गृह वातावरण प्रदान करना चाहिए, जिससे कि उनमें मित्रों एवं गृह सदस्यों के साथ समायोजन की भावना पनपे। निष्कर्ष के आधार पर कहा जा सकता है कि माता पिता द्वारा अपने बच्चों के साथ स्वच्छंदता एवं स्वतंत्रता की भावना रखनी चाहिए। माध्यमिक स्तर के विद्यार्थियों के आत्म प्रकटीकरण पर रोक नहीं लगाना चाहिए। साथ ही साथ उनकी बातों को सुनना चाहिए, उनकी बातों पर गौर करना चाहिए, जिससे वे बेहिचक अपनी बातों को माता पिता से कह सके, जिससे उनका व्यक्तित्व विकास एवं संवेदनात्मक बुद्धि प्रभावित न हो सके। माता पिता को बच्चों के साथ सृजनात्मक गतिविधियों को अत्यधिक प्रोत्साहन करना चाहिए, जिससे उनमें सामाजिक संवेदनशीलता और मानवीय चेतना से संबंधित शील गुण परिवर्तन विकसित हो सके। इसके अलावा अध्ययन से यह भी पता चलता है कि शहरी छात्रों के पास बेहतर घर माहौल है, इसलिए यह निष्कर्ष निकाला जा सकता है कि शहरी पृष्ठभूमि स्कूली छात्रों के घर के माहौल पर अपना प्रभाव डालती है। इस तथ्य के कारण हो सकता है कि शहरी क्षेत्र में माता पिता बच्चों के विकास के लिए अधिकतम सुविधाएं प्रदान करने के लिए जागरूक है, जबकि ग्रामीण माता पिता इन सुविधाओं के महत्व से अनभिज्ञ हैं। थैंक यू सर। हेलो हेलो।
Now done your PPT
जी
presentation?
सर, थैंक यू। हो गया
Okay,
सर।
Kanchan Sharma, is this available? Kanchan Sharma?
Hello.
Kanchan Sharma, please continue.
Hello. I'm audible, sir?
Is this Kanchan Sharma?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please upload your PPT or orally. You can deliver your PPT or orally presentation.
Sir, oral. Can I present oral presentation?
No problem. Please continue.
Okay, sir. First of all, very good afternoon, one and all who are present here. My name is Kanchan Sharma, PhD Research Scholar in the Department of English and Communication Study, Eternal University, Badu Sahib, Himachal Pradesh. And today, the title of my work is Role of Binaries in Margaret Atwood's work with special reference of deconstruction theory. Deconstruction is a theoretical plan where all the centralities stand decentralized and the binary also cease to exist altogether. According to Derrida, one's identity is not fixed, it is rather subjected to disconnection and fragmentation. Such thought system is labeled as a metaphysical system, which means beyond the physical perceits. And this concept of binary dualism is proved to Derrida as inflexible and restricted. And according to Margaret Atwood, which is a woman Canadian writer, and I have chosen her work Surfacing, which is published in 1972. And this novel focuses on the finding oneself in the lost world of dualism, imposition, and binaries. And the meaning of binaries is process of opposition in thinking, for example, good and bad, dark and bright, truth and lie, etc. According to this work, it is about rising from the depth to the surface and holding on the surface. Surface area is a symbolic of one's finding meaning and also uncovering the meaning of life in the process of coming on the surface. And in this novel, this is evident as we witness the rebirth of the protagonist. In this work, the unnamed protagonist has no identity. Besides her, even her core relation are lost relations, and there are lost as entirety and she's trying to find, and also they are lost in the sense that throughout the novel none have been named but are called as she, he, or they. And the world is divided into two groups, for example, I and they, me and not me. And this work deal with the loss of identity, alienation from society, and psychological dualism. Through this work, Atwood illustrates as to how nature and women are victimized by the patriarchal order. In this novel, Americans have inflicted pain on the natural surrounding by killing the wildlife. And the objective of my work is tracing history of Atwood's legacy, deconstruct the paradigm of dystopia to locate, re-examine, and elucidate the effect of dystopian assemblages. And my methodology of the work is this study will be descriptive, critically, analytically in nature. Primary source will be comprised of original work published by the author. Secondary source will be comprised of article, journal, research paper, critical books, online website. And this research will be based on deconstruction theory along with some insights from feminism. Guidelines of MLA handbook and addition are strictly followed. And this, the conclusion of my work is this study will serve the purpose of understanding the creation of functioning of binaries and the how same result in generation of panopticon structure that can eventually affect the being and becoming of an individual. And according to the future scope of my work is, in the end, I would like to sum up my presentation by stating that this project will be an attempt to decode the construction of how and the binaries deflect the path of the individual being and deride him or her and the of becoming. And the study will attempt to decode the binaries of existence by implication of theoretical plan. And the narrator of this work immerses herself in the entirely of nature. She dives into the water, experience a redeeming power before finishing with a new outline of life. That depends on our practical stance toward it, whether you are admiring the tree or chopping it down. It also relies on your symbolic orientation towards the whole thing, whether perceive the tree. And if you with this statement, I would like to stop my presentation here. Thank you so much, sir. Hello.
Done your PPT session?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The next presenter is Komal Gupta. Is this available, Komal Gupta from Himachal Pradesh? Available, Himanshu Gupta, Hariharan, Jammu Kashmir, Yogeshwari Pawar, Sangli, Yogeshwari Pawar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yogeshwari Pawar is here.
Continue, please continue.
Okay, sir.
Are you uploading your PPT or oral presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes. No. I was uploading my PPT, sir.
Continue. Hello.
Sir.
Are you uploading?
Yes, sir.
You do one thing, open your PPT, then click on the share button. After the share button, your screen will be appear on your desktop. Then double click on your PPT. Then automatically it will be uploaded on your Zoom meeting. Yes,
Okay,
it is a being. Yeah, nothing. You have.
1 minute, sir, please.
Please listen carefully. Double click on your PPT. After the open the PPT, then click on the share button. After the share button, the screen will be appear. In that screen, your PPT will be shown. On that PPT, you have to do the double click. Then automatically the your PPT will be upload on Zoom. Are you getting my point, Yogeshwari Pawar?
No, sir.
Can you deliver?
Can I try to screen share, sir?
No. You do one thing. Deliver your orally presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Continue. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. I'm extremely thankful to the Mr. Balwantrao, sir, who gave me the chance to present my paper in front of you. I'm Miss Yogeshwari Satishrao Pawar. I had done Masters in Foods and Nutrition, Home Science from the Balwantrao Naik Marathwada Agriculture University, Parmani, Maharashtra. My research topic is drudgery reducing technologies for the rural farm woman. The present study focuses on the drudgery reducing technologies for farm women. The investigation was performed on 150 farm women from Parmani district, selected randomly in the age group of 30 to 60 years, who were willing to participate in the study. The detailed schedule was formulated and used to collect the information on various aspects related to the general information of farm women constraint faced by the farm woman, drudgery reducing technology for the farm woman. And the data reveal that maximum number of female farm workers were from nuclear families having less than 4 members in their family and found to be vegetarians. Maximum number of them were illiterate. This data is related to the socio-economic status of the farm woman. The major constraint which was faced by selected rural farm women was found to be playing a dual role as a housewife and as a working woman in the farm. The study concluded that the drudgery reducing tools and equipments were used rarely by the rural farm women, and this is just because of unawareness of new technologies to improve the work efficiency towards rural areas, and also maybe due to the lack of facilities for the purchase of new technology in rural areas. Introduction. The drudgery of the farm woman is an important aspect that has attracted wide attention of researchers. If measured by the extensiveness and intensiveness of their involvement, farm women shoulder much more burden than the men. Importantly, women are involved in more strenuous activities as compared to men. It is thus essential that the tools and equipments and implements that are useful to improve the work efficiency of farm women. Studies related to Gite et al. In 1997, he stated that agricultural operations shows an increasing involvement of women in crop production. Many of such activities are drudgery prone to varying degree. Even women suffer from different health problems which adversely affect their working efficiency and family welfare. Women have a shorter time to rest than men, and environmental degradation is increasing women's workload. The traditional tools are designed according to the male worker's physique, and farm women are forced to use these tools due to the lack of woman-friendly tools. The traditional tools used by women involves operating in bending or squatting posture, which cause drudgery and serious health issues such as back pain, knee pain, sometimes also causes injury. Therefore, it is essential to develop, improve, and refine women-friendly tools, equipments to reduce the drudgery and increase the work efficiency. The conclusion of the study stated that the major constraint which was faced by them was found to be playing a dual role as a housewife and working woman. The other constraints like male dominance, lack of facilities for the purchase of new technologies, lack of awareness, illiteracy, lack of knowledge and skill, and resistance from family were also the major constraint that hindered the growth of the woman as a farmer. The drudgery reducing tools and equipments, rotatory tool for milking, kono weeder for weeding, cotton picking apron, hand ridger for making ridges and furrows for basic farming operations such as sowing seed, irrigation, improved sickle for harvesting wheat, rice, soybean, chickpea, grasses, and thin stock crops, fertilizer broadcaster for the uniform application of fertilizer in the field, Navin dibbler for the gap filling, bhindi plucker used mostly by the urban woman than rural farm woman. This is because unawareness of new technologies to improve the work efficiency towards rural areas, and also maybe due to the lack of facilities for the purchase of new technologies in rural areas. Thank you, sir.
For your nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Who would like to do the next PPT session? Who would like to do? Komal Gupta, Poonam Rani, Puneet Naik, Varsha Junnare, Richa Sharma.
Hello, sir.
Is this Ashwini Patil?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready for your PPT?
Sir, I am doing oral presentation.
You can do the oral presentation. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, all of you. I am Ashwini Patil. I am doing PhD under the guidance of Dr. G.S. Khanswe, sir, at the Shivaji University, Kolhapur. My topic is that synthesis of nickel oxide nanoparticle and its characterization. Nickel oxide nanoparticles were successfully synthesized by the reaction of nickel chloride with hydrogen monohydrate at room temperature and the thermal decomposition of the precursor, that is nickel hydroxide nanoparticles. The nickel hydroxide nanoparticles were converted to nickel oxide via thermal decomposition at about 600 degrees Celsius. The product were characterized by XRD, FTIR, and UV visible absorption spectroscopy. It has attracted increasing attention owing to potential use in a variety of applications, such as a catalyst, battery cathode, gas sensor, in dyeing degradation, agriculture. It is necessary to conduct further research on the toxicity of nickel oxide nanoparticle in relation to living organism. Then introduction. Nickel oxide nanoparticle is an important transition metal oxide with cubic lattice structure. It exhibits anodic electrochromism, excellent durability and electrochemical stability, large spin optical density, and various manufacturing possibilities. Also, for low material cost as an ion storage material, nickel oxide semiconductor becomes a motivating topic in the new area of research because of the volume effect, quantum size effect, and the surface effect, and the macroscopic quantum tunnel effect. Nanocrystalline nickel oxide is expected to possess many improved properties than those of micrometer sized nickel oxide particles. Firstly, we have prepared a nickel chloride solution and hydrogen monohydrate solution in 1:1 quantity. Then after pH maintaining at 8 pH, then magnetic stir for about 2 hours. The blue colored PPT is formed. After calcination, the product that is nickel oxide is formed and it is characterized by using FTIR, XRD and UV. A conclusion of this is that we have described an experimental procedure for the preparation of nickel oxide nanoparticle based on chemical reduction of nickel chloride with hydrogen at room temperature and thermal decomposition of the precursor, that is nickel hydroxide nanoparticle. For future direction, it is necessary to conduct further research on the toxicity of nickel oxide nanoparticle in relation to living organisms. Thank you, sir. Hello. Hello, sir.
Have you done your preparation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Another participant, do you want to the PPT presentation? Hello. We have to wait for that. Please wait.
Hello.
Are you Nimbore? Varsha Nimbore? Are you Varsha Nimbore? Hello.
ऐकायलाच येत नाही मला ते.
Sir, Varsha number is there.
Varsha Nimbore? Varsha madam, can you reply?
Hello.
Is this आपण वर्षा निंबारे बोलताय का? हॅलो.
हॅलो.
हा पीपीटी प्रेझेंटेशन करा मॅडम तुमची चालू.
सर काहीच ऐकायला येत नाही मला. मी सकाळपासून ट्राय करते.
मॅडम तुम्ही
ऐकायला
मोबाईल
तुम्हाला
स्विच
येत
ऑफ
आहे
करा
का?
आणि ऑन करा, कारण की तुमचा मोबाईलचा टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लेम आहे. आमच्या इथे कॉन्फरन्सचे सगळेच लोक बोलले आता.
हॅलो.
हॅलो. वर्षा मॅम तुमचा आवाज नाही येत. तो मोबाईलचा थोडा टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लेम आहे. रिजॉईन परत व्हा बरे. हॅलो सर. हॅलो वाघमार सर. हॅलो.
येस सर, बोला सर.
सर नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंटला कॉल करा की.
नाही सर, कोणी अवेलेबलच नाही आता इथे सर.
ओके ओके.
मग आपण आता कॉन्फरन्स आपली वाइंड अप करायची.
वेट करूया सर.
एक 10-20 मिनिटं वेट करूया.
येस
येस.
येस.
कानसोळे सर काय करायचं?
सर वाइंड अप करा, काय हरकत नाही.
Behalf of the college and behalf of Sri Waghmare brothers, the conference papers and the resource person lectures of Dr. Janice Fernandez and Dr. Kindari Thakkar, as well as the welcome lecture of Principal Patil sir and Gopinath Khanso sir. We are thank you behalf of college, thank you behalf of our company. Conference was successful and yet the conference paper have been read, PPT read. Thank you for all participants for supporting college international event as well as Waghmare Brothers Event Management Company. I would like to wind up here. I would like to stop our conference. Thank you, Gopinath Khanse sir, for giving the opportunity agreement for organizing and publication of international conference. Thank you, all team of the college, for giving tender. I'm winding up this conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes.